25 basis points that they would look as a measure that should be the additional charge on Jamaica at this time. At the other end were countries like Sri Lanka and Argentina, for instance, that were over 3,000 basis points. So Jamaica is in very good company, which is what investors like you should want to know. So we're telling you, indeed, nearly all the money the government gets is really from taxes. There is nothing called government money. We don't have any. And where do taxes come from? From the business community, both as businesses that they pay taxes and levies and collect taxes for us through GCT, but for their employees. So our business community is doing well so that the government is doing well. In other words, the Andrew Holness administration, and especially the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, not to mention the Ministry of Finance that gets all the money, are keenly aware and appreciative of the invaluable contributions, support, and the vital positive role the business community plays in our economy and wider society. You prospective investors, we value you. Again, we're welcoming you to Jamaica, but here's just a taste of the investments that we're asking you to look at before I sit down. The Caymanas Economic Zone, about 650 acres right next to the port, a stone's throw away from the port. Some of the best lands you can have in Jamaica. A master developer could get as long as 50 years lease on that property. They could negotiate with the Jamaica Special Economic Zone that all the rental income that comes from selling space to logistics operators would be tax-free. Any other income that you get from investing in shares or real estate outside of a property would be taxed at 12.5%. Could be a little lower, depending on how many Jamaicans you hire, but the government will de-risk it for you. We will put in the water to the gate. We will put in broadband to the gate. We'll put in electricity to the gate. We will put in a customs area built for you at the gate because it's SEZ, Special Economic Zone. Customs is involved. Government helps you de-risk it, but you come in and you get that piece of wonderful Jamaican real estate to develop the logistics hub that I just mentioned to you at the beginning of this. So it's a good deal we're looking at, but we have more. We have 4 more places that the Jamaica Special Economic Zone are looking to extend to you in Trelawney. They have fancy names like West 77 Technolopis. Then you have Olympus, which is the stadium, and we have American, that will be 302 acres. American sports who need to come down here for summer. We don't have the infrastructure. Investors, here's your chance. The market is right there. The weather is in your favor. The location is in your favor. Come on down. Pandora, to look at pharmaceutical businesses, and you're therefore looking at a place with another area for 450 acres called Xanadu. People who want to create films, write books, think wonderful thoughts. Come on down. Another investor can become a master developer and get the same kinds of taxes and benefits. Jamaica is ripe and ready for very modern, well-equipped nursing school. Every year, the British come here and they take some of our finest nurses. I lived in the United States for a while. Practically every single Mount Sinai Hospital and others on the eastern coast of the United States, you go in there, you find 3, 4, 5 Jamaican matrons and a slew of Jamaican nurses. That's not a brain drain, that's an opportunity. So investors, come on down, build a nursing school here, help us use our hospitals to train them, and it's a great opportunity because at the Summit of Americas, where I attended with Prime Minister Holness, President Biden was very clear. We want to help you train 500,000 health workers in the next 5 years. You want better opportunity? Investors, we're 75 minutes away from the United States. There is no tremendous supply chain issue. Come on down to Jamaica, build your nursing school here, and make sure we get the benefit that is owed to us. But there are other opportunities. agriculture. We're looking at making sure that we export, invest. I've had Jampro do investment proposals for avocado, mango, breadfruit, and ackee, mushrooms. And we're looking at agriculture. We imported last year about $10 million worth of goat meat. Jamaicans eat a lot of goat meat, and Jamaicans in the diaspora. Here's an investment opportunity. $25 or $26 million I'm talking, of Irish potatoes. We have the land. Come on down and invest. Hotels, this wonderful conference center. And because we hosted the nearshore arrangements in June at this conference center, where we were looking at people who want to invest in BPOs and so on. They all came here for the annual conference after 3 years. I walked the entire property. I went to the kitchen, completely vulcanized, great Vulcan equipment. I am told this is the best convention center in the Caribbean. But we need something here. We can host 1,400 people, over 2,000 people in these halls, but we need something else. We need a 350 hotel room right on spot. The land is over there. You want an investment. This is the hotel capital of Jamaica. Ed Bartlett and the Prime Minister putting another 6,000 rooms in the next year or two. We need one on campus. So here's an investment destination. And the other conference center, this is the convention center, the conference center in Jamaica. We need a hotel there right by the port. Kingston is being developed. Minister Clark is talking to the IFC to look at a major plan for Kingston. And Kingston is ready to go, so we need a hotel there as well. So, we trust you will have an excellent time here in Jamaica, and you will decide to invest in Jamaica. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Invest Jamaica 2022. We're happy to have you.
Could we give the minister another round of applause? He is, in fact, our host over the next 2 days. And every single time I hear Minister Hill speak, I literally feel like, yeah, I want to put on my tracksuit and I'm getting ready to follow him wherever he will lead us. Thank you so very much. You're always passionate when you speak about Jamaica, when you speak about the opportunities. You certainly reminded us of the power, the strength that is Brand Jamaica, the location, the ease of doing business, the resources, the land, the sexy topography. No, he didn't say the topography was sexy, that's just me. That we have specialized workforce, the weather is great, and naturally we are already preparing and planning in the areas of renewable energy as well as agri-tech. Thank you for reminding us that to attract great and sustainable investment, it requires vision and strategy. It also requires stewardship from the government and partners that have the shared goal. I thank you so very much for that. Now, it's interesting you were speaking about export and import. 3 weeks ago, there was the Caribbean Investment Forum. I think I see a couple of attendees who were there in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's interesting, while I was there, a Trinidadian asked me to bring cherry juice from Jamaica. She loves the cherry juice from Jamaica. And the moment we brought it, she posted it on Instagram and said it was the best cherry juice ever. And so we understand that there are opportunities and we have products here in Jamaica that people, not just Jamaicans in the diaspora, but people in general want to have and they want to use. Incidentally, also in Trinidad and Tobago, which is, the country of soca, everywhere we went, guess what was playing? Reggae and dancehall. And then, after we were there for 6 days, we jumped over to Miami for the Miami Book Fair. Guess what was playing? Reggae and dancehall. And then I took a mini vacation, jumped on a cruise in the middle of the ocean. Guess what was playing? Reggae and dancehall. And we had foreigners from all over the world learning to stir fry and fling them shoulder. We docked in Bahamas for the day. Guess what was playing? Reggae and dancehall. We went into Margaritaville in Bahamas and on TV, because we had to catch the Spain versus Germany match for those of us who watch football. Local Jamaica content was on the TV, and I stood up there just with pride to say, look at this small rock, this small dot on the globe punching way above her weight class. Jamaica is a big deal. Just thought I would share that with you. So we heard Senator the Honorable Albin Hill, Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, welcome you and just remind you of all the opportunities that exist here. But we know that we cannot do this without partners. And this particular partner is a main source of financing for sustainable social, economic, and institutional development. I would be speaking about the IDB. We welcome at this time Tariq Ali, General Manager, Country Department, Caribbean Group, and Country Representative, Jamaica, Inter-American Development Bank. Please make him welcome.
Colleagues, I have the unenviable task of speaking after the very prolific Dr. Carell and the extremely energetic minister. So please bear with me. But a quick look at my watch, it's 10 o'clock and the World Cup games are about to start. But as I understand it, it's not Brazil playing, so I should be okay. The Prime Minister is on his way, but I will still, in my salutations, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, the Honorable Nigel Clark, Senator the Honorable Albin Hill, Honorable Norman Dunn, Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., members of the media, investors, and friends of Jamaica, good morning. Jamaica is the place to do business. And I'm happy to participate in this forum today to invite you to look at attractive investment opportunities that this country has to offer and its growth. Throughout these 2 days, we will explore sectors as diverse as global digital services, logistics, manufacturing, tourism, and agribusiness, among others. And you will see firsthand the impressive developments happening in Jamaica, as well as hear from companies that are doing business here, and more importantly, thriving. They are thriving because Jamaica continues to focus on implementing macroeconomic measures that have allowed this country to advance even in the face of COVID-19, with the view of coming from this health crisis in an even better position. Jamaica, like all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, suffered greatly in the last 2 years, with sectors like tourism being heavily impacted by travel and other restrictions. Economic activity has been stronger since, with 4.6 GDP growth in 2021, according to the IMF. This economic rebound can also be seen in other areas, such as the unemployment rate, which declined to as low as 6% in April 2021. These and other positive economic indicators have led Jamaica to receiving near universal praise for its response to global economic shocks and progress in implementing macroeconomic, fiscal, and institutional reforms. To put it plainly, Jamaica has proven to be responsive and resilient, and the government and the private sector must both be congratulated for what has been achieved. A round of applause. But if we have learned anything from this pandemic, it is that even with the greatest preparation, circumstances can change rapidly. For Jamaica to maintain its progress thus far, it is necessary to attract investment, diversify sectors, and facilitate private sector expansion. These activities are critical to sustaining the island's upward trend and to foster longer-term economic recovery. Investment in particular will help Jamaica to navigate this new economic paradigm and to benefit from certain global trends. For example, multinational companies are looking to diversify their supply chains with the hope of bringing production closer to consumer markets, reducing their environmental footprint and minimizing disruptions. Jamaica stands to gain from this activity in the logistics sector. I am also sure that many of the investors are here today seeking nearshore digital services, solutions, and manufacturing options based on the disturbances we continue to experience globally. Reasons to invest in Jamaica, and the minister was quite emphatic. These global trends and the many pluses of investing in Jamaica creates a setting for Jamaica's economy and the investor to mutually benefit from the investment process. These advantages include the proximity of Jamaica to the large markets of North America, the cultural and language affinities, special trade and double taxation agreements, and the largest port community system in the English-speaking Caribbean. In addition to these advantages, perspective, now is the perfect time to invest in Jamaica because investment will be critical for post-COVID-19 economic recovery and for setting Jamaica on the path to sustainable and inclusive development. Jamaica has many attractive investment opportunities and is uniquely positioned to support companies looking to increase the resilience of their value chains. The island's government has made ease of doing business a priority, and there is skilled population here to work in several sectors. Finally, because the IDB Group is here to partner with the government and the private sector to translate opportunities into investments. Jamaica has already shown that it's an attractive place to invest. More than 65 companies have set up shop in the country to provide outsourcing services, and there are booming creating services and ICT and IT-enabled services sectors. The administration has acted swiftly to provide strategic support for this progress by developing the ICT Sector Plan 2009 to 2030 and the National Global Digital Services Strategy 2021 to 2025, which targets US $1.15 billion in sector revenues by 2025 and aims to increase the ratio of niche and high-value added services to 50%. This success and the execution of sector development strategies proves that investing here is good business and there is more expansion on the horizon. It is precisely because of this and the country's determination to build its economy that the IDB Group is committed to working with the government and the private sector to materialize more investment. Between the years 2016 to 2021, total investment and policy-based disbursements from the bank for the period amounted to US $912 million. We see investment as a key enabling factor that can help set all countries in the region on the path to sustainable and inclusive economic development. Investment will help reactivate production and create high-quality and good-paying jobs, perhaps the most transformational action that ourselves and our government can help bring about for our citizens. To ensure that the region receives this investment, the IDB is supporting countries in attracting business destinations, navigating the digital transformation of our economies, and assisting small and medium-sized companies, ensuring that they can adapt to climate change and encourage social inclusion. As part of these efforts, we have launched a toolkit to support to help attract investment. This financial and technical assistance will help tackle key challenges, including restrictive trade policies, deficiencies in transportation and logistics infrastructure, and very importantly, the availability of financing. For example, over the past 5 years, IDB Invest, and our colleagues are here at the conference, including the CEO, James Scriven, has provided loans, guarantees, and equity transactions totaling US $304 million to support the local private sector, and is focused particularly on expanding financing for SMEs to foster international trade. We are working to deploy these and other efforts in Jamaica to support the government's objective of faster inclusive growth and durable debt reduction. The valuable work will help to realize our joint vision of a post-pandemic recovery that is sustainable and driven by the private sector. In closing, I'd say to all that we are ready. We are ready to work with investors. We are ready to work with the government, the private sector, and other stakeholders to take Jamaica's economy to the next level. The conditions for investing in Jamaica have never been as attractive as they've been now, and the IDB is here to help both the country and investors to materialize these business opportunities, but also to maximize value. I wish that over these next 2 days, that plans and projects begin to take shape and that this investment summit becomes a facilitator for great business and a more prosperous Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Ali. And we thank you very much to IDB for the continued commitment to actualize and to materialize great investment. He said investment is the key enabler to productivity and naturally job creation, transformation, equity, self-sufficiency, as well as access. Thank you again. Now, I had the opportunity to hear our very next speaker about 2 months ago at an event that I hosted. He's a fantastic orator, very sharp, has a very quick wit about him. And there's some things that he spoke about that still resonated with me to this day. He spoke about the pandemic and naturally how it affected us across the globe. But he reminded us of how Jamaica was able to buffer the economic shocks and how she was able to respond and to show her resilience, to function and to still operate. He also spoke about the importance of diversifying her portfolio where investments are concerned. I'm always intrigued, always fascinated by him. And of course, it is a pleasure and a privilege to welcome our Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clarke.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. I was wondering if that's what they call a setup. The Most Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, members of the Cabinet, Minister Aubin Hill, Minister Samuda, Minister Dunn, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Ambassador from the United Kingdom, the Ambassador from China, Chairman of JAMPRO, Melanie Subrati, Tariq Ali, head of the IDB. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. No, man, you need some more. You know, here, Minister Hill energy, man. Good morning. Good morning. Wonderful. It's great to be here. About 2 years ago, when the new administration of the IDB came in, had a conversation about Jamaica and where we were and where we were headed. You see, the IDB is the largest creditor to Jamaica. Of all the debt that we have, this entity that we owe the most is the IDB. So for many years, the relationship between Jamaica and IDB was one of debt just going up year after year after year. Over the past few years, we have made a change, and there came a point where it was difficult for the IDB to understand the new disposition, i.e., while we will need to borrow to roll over debt and to repay debt, we don't envision the stock of debt, certainly relative to the size of our economy, growing at the rate that it used to grow. And that caused just a little difference between the outlook of Jamaica and the outlook of the IDB. So the administrator said, what can we do for you? And I said to him, help us to tell the Jamaican story. put us in front of investors and help us to be able to translate what we have been doing and our vision for this country. And that is how this conference was born. And I want to pay tribute to the IDB, to the former president for sure, to IDB management for following through on that commitment to hosting this conference and using the convening power of the Inter-American Development Bank to bring investors to Jamaica. Please give a round of applause to the IDB. The Prime Minister is arriving. May we stand for the arrival of the Prime Minister? Please be seated. Yeah. So, you know the investment value of a country or of an opportunity by observing how it performs in times that are difficult. In the business world, what you'd say is, you know the value of an investment when it passes a stress test. It's one thing to have your financial institution, your hotel, your farm, your BPO facility, your logistics operation, and it does well in good times, but you know it's a really good enterprise when it can survive times of stress and it can recover. Well, that is the Jamaican story. Jamaica has differentiated itself by how we have handled the crisis of COVID-19, which affected all countries in the world, and how we have recovered. The Caribbean region is the worst hit of all regions in the world, declining by, in some cases, 10, 12, 14%, and even higher. In the case of Jamaica, our contraction was 10% in 2020. And since that time, Jamaica has experienced a rapid recovery, 8.1% in fiscal year 21-22, and forecasted for 22-23 of over 4.5%, 5.2% from January to September of 2022. Now, not only have we ratcheted up those levels of recovery growth coming out of the pandemic, but we are just shy of our pre-COVID levels of economic output in real terms. And we know that looking forward 3 or 4 years, we're going to get 4 years from now or 3 years from now, and there will be countries in our region that still will not have reached their pre-COVID levels of economic output. Not only have we recovered with respect to our economic output, but our unemployment is lower than our pre-COVID unemployment levels. And you might say, okay, all right, there may be a country that may have done that as well. But when you add the third variable, not only have we recovered and are recovering, not only is our unemployment lower than pre-COVID, but our debt ratio is lower than it was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going through a time when countries around the world are intoxicated with debt. The levels of debt have risen to extreme highs that are causing lots of concern. But again, you know the value of a country when you see, faced with a storm that we faced, we are able to maneuver and to recover in growth and unemployment, and at the same time bring the levels of debt down, de-risking the economy in the process. You know the value of a country and the investment potential of a country when you see how it responds to other crises, such as the inflation crisis that we experienced earlier this year with a great degree of intensity and which has not yet passed. Around the world, central banks raised interest rates, the United States being the elephant in the forest or in the grasslands, so to speak, that when they start to raise rates, it pulls everyone with them. And as a result of that, there's a great degree of uncertainty in the world. And uncertainty is measured to a large degree in financial markets by the spread that investors demand over US Treasuries for lending an entity money. Am I speaking to anybody in the room? Am I speaking to anybody? Yes, all right. So the spread over US Treasuries gives you the market's view of the riskiness of a particular asset class or a particular country or a particular company. When you look, and don't take it from me, go back and look at your Bloomberg screens. When you look on the spread over US Treasuries for Jamaican bonds, for Jamaican credit, our spread over US Treasuries at this time of great turmoil and uncertainty is the lowest in the Caribbean region by far. And not only is it the lowest in the Caribbean region, it is lower than countries that have, in some cases, investment grade rating. I see Eva Lewis in the audience from Citibank, and she puts her hat in her head. But we just came from an investor roadshow in London and in New York. And we met with about 50 investors over the course of that time. And to a person, they all wanted to understand how is it that Jamaica has been able to achieve this. So in speaking to you who are potentially looking at investment opportunities in Jamaica, or those who already have, including domestic investors, investment opportunities in Jamaica, you don't need to look any further. If you're looking for a place where the riskiness is low in comparison to other options in the region, then you are in the right place. I didn't say that. The markets are telling you that. Now, this hasn't come by magic. Jamaica has been working. We have been working to entrench the institutional framework in Jamaica in a way that provides stability, sustainability, and predictability. 2 years ago, we made our central bank independent. We had made a commitment to do it. The pandemic came. We could have easily reneged from that commitment. Oh, there would have been so many excuses that we could have put forward. But in the midst of the pandemic, when people were working from home and everyone had a mask on, we went to Parliament and followed through on our commitment to make the central bank independent. You know what that means? Or some of what that means? What that means is not only do we make it independent, we clarified its mandate and we capitalized to make sure it's strong and credible. But we also amended our laws to prevent a government from borrowing from the central bank outside of declared natural disaster and through a transparent and parliamentary process. By ensuring that the government does not have the ability to dip its hands into the central bank, what it means is that governments have to pursue a path that is fiscally sustainable and stable. making our We strengthened our fiscal rules, mandating governments now and in the future to pursue a path that's consistent with a sustainable debt objective. If that weren't enough, we passed legislation to implement an independent fiscal commission to empower an independent institution to be able to keep the Jamaican public informed from an independent perspective of fiscal developments. And I put it to you, there's no other country, certainly in the Caribbean, and there are few countries, if any, who have invested in the institutional remodeling of the kind that I'm describing. An independent central bank, independent fiscal commission, and strengthened fiscal rules. And if that is the substructure for what we are putting together, and what we're putting together is an economy where the role of the private sector is deepened. We're creating an economy that allows for a vibrant, entrepreneurial, and innovative private sector. In pursuit of that, we abolished distortionary taxes. Minister Hill just mentioned one. But we abolished stamp duty on the transfer of real estate in financial transactions, which promotes economic activity and gives an incentive to just move. We slashed duties on the rate of transfer tax. We abolished the minimum business tax. We abolished the asset tax for non-financial businesses. We abolished the customs administration fee for exports valued at $500 or less. And in addition, we have created an environment that incentivizes the risk rating of assets to provide more information in the marketplace so that decisions can be made. We've pursued a policy and are pursuing a policy that prioritizes privatizations, because we believe that assets can be underutilized if held, assets that are not performing a core function are better placed in the private sector. And our record on privatizations is a strong one. We've also pursued public-private partnerships, the airport and the port, and we are, as far as infrastructure is concerned, we signed an arrangement, Minister Hill mentioned it a while ago, with the IFC to develop a 4-lane highway from Montego Bay to Ocherius, covering 60 kilometers. That is being worked on now and should come to market within the next few years. An open, transparent process, approximately $800 million US. And that is a modality that the government plans to use and for you as investors, that creates opportunity that you can look forward to. In terms of deepening the role of the private sector, we recognize that Jamaica is an open economy where trade in visible and invisible goods accounts for 80% of GDP. So when you add up exports, you add up imports, and then you look at the size of tourism and other not traded non-visible goods, it represents 80% of the size of our economic output in any one year. By comparison, the United States, it's about 20%. So it basically means that every economic activity, every component of every economic activity has a nexus to the border, has a nexus to our ports of entry. And that's the experience of the Jamaican business person. And that's the nature of Jamaica as we know it today. And because of that, the interaction is important. It's the touch point. And as a result, we are modernizing our customs legislation that was promulgated in 1944, has been amended several times but never overhauled. We are repealing the existing Customs Act and replacing it with a modern, new Customs Act that's fit for the 21st century. It is already in Parliament. It just has to be debated and passed. We are deepening the role of the private sector in many other ways. Much of what I described in terms of the macroeconomic framework that has allowed us to absorb the largest contraction in our history and to recover in record time as compared with our historical experience, that framework is not an end in itself. We are not pursuing fiscal responsibility and fiscal sustainability and debt reduction as an end in itself, even though it has huge advantages. As the government continues to deleverage, it means that we absorb less resources from the lending institutions, leaving more for the private sector. But that is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. It is a means by which we create the environment that makes private sector investment more profitable. It is a means by which we create an environment that allows for employment to continue to grow. And in that regard, we aim to make other steps that complement the macroeconomic agenda. We will be, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, tabling in Parliament the Large-Scale Project and Pioneer Act, or the amendments to the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Act to make it operational. This is an act that aims to attract investments of $1 billion or more to Jamaica. So we have omnibus incentive legislation that is the framework for everyday investments. And those have been going well. But with the track record that Jamaica has established, and with the macroeconomic fundamentals that we have, which are strong, our goal now is to attract investments that are $1 billion in size and more. And we are saying to you, you have $1 billion to invest. Jamaica is the place, and we're going to make you feel welcomed. I won't give it all away today, but suffice to say that that act will have some provisions in it that allow us to offer investors who are making that kind of commitment to Jamaica, and it's over $1 billion with a minimum level of jobs created as well, will allow us to offer investors in that category the certain benefits. But we're going to do it in a transparent way. The days when you would go to a minister and work out a deal and come out of the office with some big incentive, those days are over. Over. This will be an act with the accompanying regulations that set out in advance what the criteria are. And anyone, Jamaican or Latin American, European, African, Asian, North American, anyone who meets those criteria will benefit under this act. But what is more, the act requires that we lay out, because what we are going to be giving up will be so significant, we lay it out in Parliament so everybody is aware, and we count the cost. And to ensure that this is consistent with our framework going forward of fiscal and debt sustainability, we will have a cap on the maximum amount outstanding at any point in time, which gives an incentive to the billion-dollar investors to get in early. The early bird in this cage will catch the worm. Do I need to say it again? The early billion-dollar investors are the ones who will catch the worm. Because after we receive the first billion-dollar investment, and then the second, and then the third, and then the fourth, it's going to become a norm. And that will just, when it becomes a norm, we don't need to, right? We move into the $5 billion club after that. So if you have $1 billion to invest, get ready. This act will be tabled very soon, as I said, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, and we already have in the pipeline investors who are committing to that level. So ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica will be the breakout story of this decade in the 21st century. And on that note, I leave you to have a good conference. Thank you very much.
I think we can give the Minister of Finance and the Public Service another round of applause. I don't know. If I were writing the headlines of the newspaper, it would probably say something like breakout story for the billion-dollar baby Jamaica. I love it. If you think Jamaicans are extra now, can you imagine how we will behave when we start pulling in billions and normalizing billion-dollar investments? Nobody can chat to we. I want to thank the Minister for, there's so many things that happen around the world and even within our country that can be negative at times and that can really be, depressing. But it's certainly happy and hopeful, and it leaves us optimistic when we hear the stats and the facts that remind us that even in the worst times that the globe was experiencing, we were fiscally responsible, that we were quick to recover, that we were so adaptable that we were able to respond, and that we had unshakable resilience. And I want to thank him so very much for reminding us of these competitive advantages that sometimes we often forget. And these things were all rooted in good governance. Thank you so very much, Minister. So how do I introduce our keynote speaker? I've had the pleasure and privilege of introducing him so many times, and I try to come up with different ways to introduce him. The indigenous people of Jamaica, the Arawaks, called us Samaka, X-A-Y-M-A-C-A, which meant the land of wood and water. Years later, Christopher Columbus would meet upon Cubans who described Jamaica as the land of blessed gold. Christopher Columbus would then reach our shores. He would stumble upon the shores of Jamaica, and although he did not find gold, he said that Jamaica was the fairest isle that eyes had beheld. After many revolts and many rebellions later, Jamaica would stand as an independent nation with flag, anthem, and motto, "We are out of many, one people." There is a part of our national pledge that says, "Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. If there were ever a prime minister who epitomizes this, it would be our prime minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. He is called the builder for many reasons, and very quickly I will share it with you. For him, infrastructural investment and development are critical to delivering growth, reducing poverty, and addressing broader development goals. He believes in the ease of doing business to attract good investment without jeopardizing policy. He believes in expanding sectors and creating jobs, not just as a number, but to ensure that the kind of jobs is quality and that the livelihood of Jamaicans is great. He believes in the efficiency of trade and the efficiencies of our ports. He is committed to the people of Jamaica, whether they live here in Jamaica or whether they live in the diaspora. And it is in building Jamaica that he hopes, in fact, he plans and prepares that in building Jamaica, it will make the world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to always introduce a man who believes in prosperity for all and equity for all, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Terry, thank you so much for that introduction. It reminds me of my mission. Let me acknowledge Senator Aubin Hill, our Minister of Investment and Commerce, Dr. Nigel Clark, our Minister of Finance, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., the Honorable Norman Dunn, His Excellency Chen Daozhang, the Ambassador from the People's Republic of China, Her Excellency Mrs. Judith Slater, British High Commissioner to Jamaica, Mrs. Sansia Bennett Templer, Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, Mr. Tariq Ali, General Manager, Country Department of the Caribbean Group and Jamaica Country Representative of the Inter-American Development Bank, Mrs. Melanie Subrati, Chairman of JAMPRO and other board members who may be here, Ms. Diane Edwards, the President of JAMPRO, Ms. Stephanie Sterling, Chairman of the Jamaica Business Development Corporation, distinguished private sector leaders, panelists, speakers, and participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to speak here today at Invest Jamaica 2022. I extend warm Jamaican welcome to all attendees from overseas. I gather that there are 50 countries with over 600 registrants here today, and I extend to you my personal welcome. This is a good and exciting time to invest in Jamaica. We are experiencing a remarkable economic rebound from the pandemic. But the Jamaican story goes well beyond the pandemic, as you would have heard from the speakers before, particularly from the Minister of Finance. The Jamaican story of economic recovery started over a decade ago when the country came together as one. we made a decision that we will be, regardless of administration, a fiscally responsible government. And we went about putting in the institutions to ensure that Jamaica was a fiscally responsible state. So if you are considering investing in Jamaica, you can rest assured that across administrations, regardless of changes in government, the political economy of Jamaica has changed its DNA to a state, to a country that believes in strong fiscal management of our economic affairs. And we are reaping the benefits of that since this administration has taken the reins of government. We can say that we have not implemented any program that would require any net new taxes on the people of Jamaica or on the businesses here in Jamaica. We like to say in Jamaica that when people from all over the world go to bed and they're thinking about where should we spend our vacation, in the top 10 places would be Jamaica. And then they wake up in the morning and they call their booking agents, and we would be in the top 10 of places that are booked for vacation. Yes. Our objective is to be in the top 10 of places to invest. So when you are here as our investors, or when you return home, or even while you're here and you sleep on it overnight, Jamaica should be in your top 10 places to invest. And one of the reasons would be the stability of our political system, the stability and certainty of our economic and fiscal policies. It has not been an easy struggle for us to get to this point. But I can say that we are at that point. That if you are looking for a place to make that billion-dollar investment, Jamaica is that place. Stability and sustainability in our economic and fiscal programs. But we have other areas of opportunity which we would like to highlight. We've also been making significant effort in improving our business environment to make Jamaica not just a fiscally sustainable place where you can be certain that you will not be subject to arbitrary taxation or arbitrary policies, but we want to make Jamaica an efficient place to do business. And a large part of the efficiency is to improve the public bureaucracy. And to gain that improvement, we have adopted and internalized and mainstreamed in government the notion of Jamaica becoming a digital society. And we're taking that very seriously because seamlessness is just as important as stability and sustainability in business. So we are trying to become the most advanced country in the region in terms of our digital platforms, the interconnectivity, and information technology. So we have put together a plan to build out our broadband infrastructure in Jamaica. We call this the National Broadband Initiative. And the objective is to ensure that everyone in Jamaica has access to reliable, fast, and consistent broadband, but more importantly, that all our businesses have access to broadband connectivity. And I can tell you that we are far advanced in this, and by the next financial year, we should be making some major announcements as to the progress we are making in this regard. Jamaica has also launched a national system of digital identification. We call it the NIDS, the National Identification System. And that is well underway. This year, we will be doing our first pilot registration under the NIDS, where every Jamaican will have a national digital ID, which means that every Jamaican will be able to participate in the digital economy, will be able to function online, but it will also mean that our government will be able to bring more services online in creating that digital society and that digital culture. I'm also happy to report that the Bank of Jamaica, in July of this year, launched the digital currency, which will open up payment service industries and other strategies for ease of digital transactions. So Jamaica has made some very important steps towards becoming a seamless place to do business. In addition to that, the government of Jamaica has also adopted a strategy of full utilization of our assets. Now, we recognize that the government can't do it alone. The government has many assets, some that it knows of and some that it has forgotten about. But these assets have untapped value. And what we have been doing, particularly this administration, is to invite the private sector to come in and help us to realize the value in those assets. So we have a strategic program of public-private partnership, a strategic program of divesting assets. So if you are looking for a country which will be a true partner with you when you make your investment, if you are looking for a country that understands the need for an environment where your investment is secure by virtue of sustainability and stability, seamlessness, but also by receptivity of government policy, then Jamaica is that place for you to invest. We have the We have opportunities in agribusiness. And over the last few decades, our agriculture has seen moderate growth. But we have significant parcels of land. We are the country known as the land of wood and water. We have good weather. But more importantly, Jamaican agricultural products capture a premium in the market. I need only to mention Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. And I'm not making any apologies to any other of our friends who are visiting with us. Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee is the best in the world. It has an incredible premium, and it is a product that is just begging for investment. There is a new industry emerging. It is called the clean beauty industry. Don't know how many of you have heard of it, but it is an emerging industry. We're following the good trend of being sustainable and utilizing our natural resources in ways that are respectful of the environment. The Jamaican black castor oil is another product that is growing in demand internationally, which supports the beauty industry. Another opportunity just waiting for significant investments. And there are other areas in our agribusiness where the government is open, willing, and ready. JAMPRO stands at your disposal to support investments in our agro-business. Logistics. That is the next frontier for investment in Jamaica. Recently, I had an opportunity to visit one of our ports in Kingston, and through a public-private partnership with one of the largest operators in the world, CMA-CGM, we managed to leverage $300 million investment in our port, which has made it one of the most efficient ports in the region, a port that is expanding, an asset which we always knew had the potential, but because we have now developed this very strong public-private partnership, the port is finally realizing its full potential. And we are certain that it will become the #1 port in the region. But there are many more investment opportunities like that. The Port Authority of Jamaica, and again, JAMPRO, stands ready. Jamaica not just has the potential because of its location and proximity to transshipment to be the 4th hub in world trade, which is our intention. But Jamaica is already a critical destination for cruise shipping. We have developed a few ports, but I want to tell you a secret. We have many more ports that can be developed for cruise shipping, which are an attraction in and of themselves. We want to get the right partners to develop these potential ports with. So if you're here and you're looking for investments in ports, logistics, cruise shipping, Jamaica is the destination of choice. And since I'm talking about cruise shipping and ports, and I had already said that Jamaica is in the top 10 destination in the world for people to visit, tourism. Now, if you're looking for a story of recovery after the pandemic, then the Jamaican story would be the headline story. Our recovery after the pandemic, it's just phenomenal. We are almost back to pre-pandemic levels, and in some instances, we have surpassed pre-pandemic levels. And this is after several months of complete shutdown of the industry. But again, I can't overstress the importance of good government. Notice, good governance, standard, important. But you can't do without good government. Governments that make the right decisions. And though I'm head of the government, and people may be saying, I'm blowing my own trumpet. But who else should do that other than the head of the government? The truth is that we balanced. I oftentimes use the analogy that I felt like I was a tightrope walker, balancing lives and livelihood. The proof of the effectiveness of the strategy lies in the speed of the recovery of the Jamaican economy. The Minister of Finance gave you all the details. But we managed the pandemic in such a way that we didn't kill off business. We ensured that businesses could recover quickly. And now we are happy to say that our tourism product has recovered. Just a few days ago, I was breaking ground for an investment in a new hotel. We have several new hotels being built and several more in, I hate using the term pipeline, but there are several more to come immediately. So our tourism industry is booming. And I would say to you that if you are in the tourism sector and you are investing in tourism, then when you go to your bed tonight, wake up in the morning with Jamaica in the top 5 destinations for places to invest in tourism. The Jamaican economy, for many years, went through a very difficult period where we were reliant on a few industries for foreign exchange. Put it here this way, if the pandemic had struck in 1980, or in 1970, or in the early 2000s, or if it had struck 10 years earlier, the Jamaican economy would not be able to withstand it. We wouldn't be able to respond with the care package that we gave to the people of Jamaica, supporting incomes, supporting the most vulnerable, and meeting the cost of all the measures that we had to put in place. it would have driven us further in debt. Our debt would have probably reclaimed those high levels of 150% of GDP. But we have managed to diversify our economy. And we have put in place policies. When I talk about our strong fiscal management, we have put in place policies where we have created buffers. The Minister of Finance may have neglected to mention that very important part of our strategy. We have fiscal buffers to be able to withstand not necessarily the most extreme shocks, but we can withstand shocks. That's part of the stability and resilience of our economy. And so when the pandemic struck, we were able to respond immediately using the buffers that we had created. Another story of resilience and recovery, which supports not just the good governance, but the good government, is the business process outsourcing industry, or as we are reterming it, the global services industry. We managed to keep that industry open and functional during the pandemic, so that there was no loss of service during the pandemic. And that industry actually grew. And we were able to survive, even with a fallout in tourism revenues, because the global services kept on performing during the pandemic because of the government policies and support that we put in place to ensure that that industry could continue to function and grow. A couple of years ago, that industry employed maybe 25 to 30,000 people. Today, after the pandemic, we're seeing that industry employing just about 50,000 Jamaicans. It is an incredible story. It is a rapidly expanding industry. So if you are looking for a place that is near your shores, on the same time zones, accessible an hour and a half from any major destination that you may be originating from, and you want high quality labor that can easily communicate, then Jamaica is the place. And many investors are seeing that potential, and they are outsourcing business to a near and friendly and stable economy. So if you are in that business, when you go to bed and you wake up tomorrow, Jamaica should be in the top 3 countries. So I think I've made the case. But I close on this point. One of our scholars, he is a professor at Harvard, has been one of the longest serving professor at Harvard. And he reflected on Jamaica. I'm paraphrasing his reflection. You know, Jamaica is a confounding place. It's a country of such great potential. But the truth is, we are only now just starting to realize that potential. We want you to be a part of that realization. The easiest way to communicate it is that Jamaica can become the Singapore of the Western Hemisphere. Jamaica is one of the oldest democracies of modern time. Yes. And Jamaica can become the country that has converted its democracy, its political stability, and its economic sustainability into prosperity for the people. That is the objective, to convert these great assets that we have into prosperity. It is not a simple journey. It's not a straightforward journey. But what you can be assured of is that the government and the people are committed to that journey. And we want to have you on board that journey in helping us to play our part in advancing the welfare of Jamaica and the whole human race. It is a mission that we can accomplish. God bless you and thank you. So when you wake up tomorrow, having heard my presentation, Jamaica will be the #1 place for you to come and invest. Thank you, everyone.
Well said, Prime Minister. I see what he did there. He ended with the part of the national pledge. He started off with Jamaica being in the top 10, then he moved to the top 5, then he moved to the top, and then he just said, listen, what I'm really trying to tell you is it's one or nothing. 2 things. He spoke about the Blue Mountain coffee and that there is investment in it. I absolutely think there's also investment for Jamaican patties. Every time I travel, I have to travel in stealth. Let's talk about Jamaican patties. Every time I travel, I have to travel in stealth mode, i.e., do not tell anyone you're traveling, because they always have me pack myself with boxes of Jamaican patties. We need to figure out a way to export Jamaican patties all over the world. That's all I'm saying. Number 2, I will also be looking at the Prime Minister's skin and hair, based on the fact that he spoke about Jamaican castor oil. I'm going to be looking forward to the results of that. Thank you so very much, PM, for always reminding us that Vision 2030 is attainable, where Jamaica is the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. On that note, I kindly ask you to turn your attention to the screens.
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision, now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will not let go of this vision. We will grow. We will overcome these challenging times and look to the future with hope and positivity. These are special times. The world as we know it has changed, but home will always be in our hearts. And in Jamaica, you can always find a home. Think you know Jamaica? Look again. You will be surprised. Jamaica.
Beautiful. That was our Jamaica Jamaica Rising video. Now, I would love to, of course, we would all love to have the company of the Prime Minister for the entire day, but we do know that you are an extremely busy man. At this time, I will allow the Prime Minister to depart, accompanied by our Minister Hill and, of course, other ministers. I'll allow him to depart at this time. Could you kindly wave to our PM? Thank you so very much. And he's reminding us, when you go home and you wake up in the morning, have Jamaica as number one. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that the Wi-Fi in Invest Jamaica, it is open. If you haven't already registered for your B2B meetings, kindly register using the event platform. We have a pitch platform which will be taking place at the back of this hall on the left-hand side. I think you're really going to be interested in seeing the different kind of pitches that take place. We also have our exhibitors hall to the back on the right. But for now, we invite you to have your coffee break. It is on the outside, and we will resume. We will jump into our panel discussion in 15 minutes. So at 11:30, we will resume. See you then.
Foster an accelerated connection between job offer and demand and bring economic opportunity and growth to Jamaica.
At Link 10, enabling economic opportunity at scale is our job. We want to connect every member of the professional workforce in the world to opportunity. To help tackle this mammoth task, we use artificial intelligence to assist with everything from finding our members the right job openings to surfacing better candidates for our customers. With AI, we're able to efficiently sort through the massive amount of data we have. Job postings, people you may want to connect with, feed content, and more. And align recommendations with members' interests.
to remember. But when everything is coming back to me, I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Go on.
It's coming back to me. I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Go on. Oh, wait a minute.
Have passed, and now we are going to dive into our presentations and our panel discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to kindly take your seats so that we may begin. We had our coffee break. We gave you a little bit of extra time. Thank you for passing by the exhibitors hall. I hope you registered for the B2B meetings on the event platform. Hope you are able to network a little. Don't forget that we have our pitch platform later on this afternoon. So the formalities are over. This is when we take out our papers, our iPads, our notepads, our stylus, and anything that you might need. The theme, Jamaica, the nearshore delivery hub of the Caribbean. At this time, I would like to invite our first presenter of the conference, Vice President, Research, Advocacy, and Project Implementation, JAMPRO. Her name is Shulette Cox, and her presentation is Jamaica, the nearshore delivery hub of the Caribbean. Please welcome her.
Thank you, Terry, and good morning and welcome everybody here to the Invest Jamaica Conference 2022. We at JAMPRO would like to thank you for joining us today and tomorrow as we explore Jamaica's economic opportunities, our growth, and our plans for the future. As Terry noted, I am Shulette Cox. I am Vice President for Research, Advocacy, and Project Implementation at JAMPRO, or Jamaica Promotions Corporation, as we're formally called. It is my privilege to talk to you today and to give you a glimpse of the business opportunities in Jamaica. You know, as I sat in the audience earlier and I listened to our 4 speakers in our opening ceremony, and our 3 ministers, and including the Prime Minister in particular. As a presenter, I started to think to myself, oh my gosh, what do I do now? They've pretty much given my presentation. But as a Jamaican, we see the positive side of everything. And what I can tell you is that the speakers today are representing the coherence of government because everything that we have to say comes back to one thing, and all of them said it. Our government is committed to business, and by extension, we're committed to your investment in Jamaica. If you're not familiar with JAMPRO, we're Jamaica's economic development agency with an emphasis on promoting, facilitating, and advocating for export-focused investments into the island, as well as making business connections between local and international business communities. And finally, we are promoting Jamaican goods and services in local and overseas markets. So why should you invest in Jamaica? The fact is that many of you from overseas know Jamaica as a country of sun, sand, and sea. Some of you may also know us for Bob Marley or Usain Bolt. It is therefore my job this morning to tell you a little bit more about the business side of Jamaica and why we are the nearshore delivery hub of the Caribbean. So to kick us off, Jamaica is the largest English-speaking country in the Caribbean with a population of 2.74 million people. One would never know the way our name is popular overseas that we're so small in terms of our population and size. We have a workforce of 1.3 million, and our economic fundamentalities are so strong. All our ministers and our prime minister spoke about it. In 2012, we had a debt to GDP ratio of 147%. Today, despite COVID, we stand at a percentage of 94%, and we are on target for 88% by the end of this fiscal year. Our Prime Minister likes to talk about the J-curve of our economic growth that happened with COVID. So for many years pre-COVID, 16 quarters in particular, we experienced growth. And then came COVID to just wash that away. But we did not stay down. We went down a little bit, and then we shot right back up. Last year, we experienced growth of 8.1%, and this year, to the end of September, we experienced growth of 5.2%. At the end of 2021, Jamaica had a stock of FDI of $17.5 billion. We have a stable and supportive democratic government, and our Prime Minister spoke to this. And even more so, our Minister of Finance did not by coincidence use the same terms that I'm using. We have an open and transparent investment regime. We have no foreign exchange controls, no limitations on foreign ownership, including land, and no restrictions on the repatriation of profits. This commitment has translated into programs to transform Jamaica's business environment through a series of business reforms. Earlier this year, our cabinet approved a national investment policy, which has now been submitted to Parliament for tabling, hopefully before the end of this year. And just to give you a snapshot of what our national investment policy will look like, we have pulled together practical policy changes that will make it easier to do business in Jamaica. We have a program to facilitate economic residency, not citizenship by investment, but economic residency based on firm foreign direct investments that are underpinned by job creation. We also have priority project designation. And when I heard Minister Clark speak about those billion-dollar projects, I want to let you know that even if you don't have $1 billion, we still have a plan for you. Because our priority projects, we look at the same sort of criteria and of the economic impact of your project, the innovation your project brings, the linkages to our economy. And what we have done and Cabinet has approved is that those projects will have expedited facilitation through government. Prime Minister, I think, also spoke about the number of assets that we have across government. Some of them we don't even remember. We're pulling together a government land bank so that when government agencies are approached by investors for land, they might not have it, but another agency might, and we can find that information. The government of Jamaica also supports a business environment reform agenda. And that reform agenda has 60-odd reforms that aim to make bureaucracy a thing of the past. Land titling. Land titling is something that many countries struggle with. But Jamaica is committed to transforming that to electronic land titling, making it easier to collateralize land and access financing. Despite a comprehensive tax reform program in 2013, the government is still looking to reform our tax program to make it easier to pay taxes. And then there's the Jamaica Single Window for Trade, which has far advanced and is now fully integrated with a customs system to make it easier to import and export from Jamaica. While Minister Clark spoke to the repeal and replacement of the Customs Act, which is pretty much in the last stages of Parliament, Senator Aubin Hill would speak about the repeal and replacement of our Trade Act, which is complementary and positioned to make it even simpler than we're already positioning to do. All of this, as our Prime Minister said, is underpinned by government's digital transformation. One of the things he didn't mention is that he has installed in the office of the Prime Minister a minister with responsibility for digital transformation, and that reflects the commitment, again, of our government. Our efforts in Jamaica have not gone unrecognized. In 2015 and 2018, Bloomberg recognized Jamaica's stock exchange as the best in the world. And in the middle of COVID, in 2020 and 2021, S&P Global and Fitch ratings stabilized our ratings at B+ and put our outlook at stable. So, ladies and gentlemen, what about the fact that we are saying that we are the nearshore delivery hub? Nearshore, due to our strategic location, which gives us an advantage for both air and sea connectivity to key markets with hundreds of flights weekly and significant port container capacity, underpinned by trade agreements with many of our key markets. Our ability to deliver is cemented by our large trainable workforce, which is further supported by our robust state-run training programs and a developed transportation and telecommunications infrastructure. You heard the Prime Minister talk about the broadband plan that we have for this country. And finally, our diverse ecosystem and value chains that integrate our key sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and mining with other sectors such as energy, global services, and logistics has created in Jamaica a hub for business activity and a place that you will undoubtedly want to do business. But let's take a closer look at those value propositions. Our strong sea connectivity. Jamaica boasts the largest port community system in the Caribbean, with 6 seaports and 3 airports. And the port community system is currently in its final stages of implementation. We have 12 major shipping lines serving Jamaica, and the Port Authority will tell you that this year we are on track of surpassing pre-COVID levels of vessels arriving in the country. We have connections to 140 global ports, and our premier port, the Port of Kingston, has a full capacity of 3.2 million 20-foot equivalent units. And when the Prime Minister spoke about our success in divestments, our divested port, the Kingston Freeport Terminal Limited, has a berthing capacity for the 14,000 TEU ships that are post-Panamax. We also boast strong air connectivity. And this, of course, is strongly related to our tourism product, but it supports our business as well. Jamaica has 3 international airports with direct flights to North America and Europe. Most recently, our Ministry of Tourism announced that we now have direct flights to Italy. And we are in a 4-hour flight radius to any key city in Western Hemisphere. There is significant market reach that can be accessed in Jamaica. In addition to having physical proximity to key markets in the Americas, locally we have an access to the domestic market of 2.7 million plus a 4 million visitors that arrive annually. Add to that our Jamaican diaspora of 3 million people living outside of the country, and then you start to see the size of our export market. The Caribbean community, or CARICOM, further expands the consumers that you will have access to by 18 million. And then layer onto that all the trade agreements that Jamaica is signatory to with Canada, the US, other countries in the Americas, as well as Europe, and you start to see the immense impact and reach that doing business in Jamaica can have. Minister Clark spoke about our fiscal incentives, and he spoke about the reform work that has been done to remove distortionary incentives. The fiscal incentive regime that was introduced in 2013 introduced for everyone. Every investor in Jamaica has access to what we call employee tax credits. And what that does is that using the statutory deductions that an investor has, they can reduce their tax rate of 25% down to an effective tax rate of 17.5%. There's no capital allowance. There's a capital allowance on industrial properties. Minister spoke to the reduced and no stamp duty in some instances for inputs of productive activities. And most importantly, the zero import duty on inputs and capital goods for key sectors, including tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, health, and the creative industries. In 2016, Jamaica passed legislation to enact our special economic zone regime, and you'll hear more about this tomorrow. But the SEZ regime has a reduced tax rate of 12.5%. And with the employee and promotional tax credits that are available, that can be reduced to an effective tax rate of 7.5%. For developers that are interested in SEZs, there is zero tax on income tax for rental. Other legislation that exists are for group headquarters and incentives that come when a company decides to house its headquarters in Jamaica. The minister, and we at JAMPRA are very happy to hear that the Large Projects and Pioneering Industries Act will be promulgated, Minister promised, by the end of this year. And then there's the Junior Stock Exchange, which has been extremely successful for a number of local companies that are able to list on the stock exchange and get income tax benefits. Finally, but most significantly, Jamaica's strongest value proposition are our people. The minister spoke about 6.6% unemployment rate. And in some quarters, that might get you jittery because you might feel that there's no capacity to employ people in Jamaica. But we do have a job-seeking rate of 4.3%. And our Prime Minister has made it very clear, and the National Investment Policy reflects it, that where the government needs to import labor to subsidize work that needs to happen, the government is willing to look at that. We have competitive labor costs and an adult literacy rate of 91.7%. Through our Heart Trust, we have 26 training institutions that are run across the island, with 80 community partners through which training programs can be facilitated. Last year, in coming out of the pandemic, HEART certified 46,000 people, almost 10,000 more than their 10-year average of 35,000 certifications. Finally, we have 50 tertiary institutions across the island that has a range of programs that can support any business that chooses to invest in Jamaica. I want to take a look at some of our key sectors. And these sectors, the details will come out more in the sessions that are scheduled for this afternoon and tomorrow. In respect of agribusiness, we have a temperate climate for in-demand fruit, starches, and vegetables. We have over 120,000 hectares of arable land, ideal for the orchard crops that Minister Hill spoke about. We have in Jamaica, the only place in the Caribbean, an FDA-certified accreditation program through the Jamaica National Accreditation Body. They can, on behalf of the US, conduct food safety audits and certify food facilities, including farms and packing houses, on behalf of the government of the US. And that is an achievement, because that means that our farmers and our packing houses and our agri-parks can immediately get the support that they need to go into export markets. The Prime Minister spoke about our unique, distinct food flavors. Our coffee is world-renowned, but our cocoa is even more so. And while it's not food, I want to squeeze in our rum, which a lot of people will tell you is also a very unique, distinct taste. Jamaica also has a global brand for ethnic and specialty foods. Our national dish, ackee and saltfish, is number 2 on Nat Geo's breakfast food list. Some opportunities that exist were mentioned by the Prime Minister: or coffee, or castor oil, or castor beans, or mango, or avocado, and or Scotch bonnet pepper. In respect of manufacturing, there are a number of things that make Jamaica the place to solve your global supply challenges. First of all, we have access to critical industry resources from agriculture, which can feed into agro-processing and mining outputs. Now, I want to remind you, as the Prime Minister said, mining must be sustainable in order to work in Jamaica. There is an opportunity around limestone. Jamaica has limestone of a grade that is perfect for pharmaceuticals. We also have cultured marble. I heard Terry talk about the patty. And one of the things that we're sure about is that you will have the ability to leverage existing excess capacity for contract manufacturing. Just imagine hiring a Jamaican company to make those patties so that you can sell overseas. I heard you. And of course, there's a support structure in place through public and private sector initiatives. In 2020, the Cabinet of the Government of Jamaica approved a manufacturing strategy which is currently being implemented. Our National Industry Association, the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association, has a biennial event called Expo Jamaica, which JAMPRO is proud to partner with, and which will be hosted next year, April, which supports finding markets for manufacturers' products overseas. Some of the opportunities there: pharmaceuticals I've mentioned, furniture, and we talked about the cosmetics. But I could not leave without also talking about the opportunities for cannabis. Our logistics space, we spoke about this when we talk about the air connectivity as well as the sea connectivity. The ways to invest include infrastructure, but also to tie into manufacturing and SEZs and warehousing and distribution. All of those will be discussed further in our logistics panel. Our global digital services industry has been one of the shining stars in our list of sectors. As the Prime Minister spoke, while the world was seeing significant downturn during COVID, Jamaica's global digital services sector and our outsourcing companies actually grew. In December 2019, we recorded 43,000 jobs. That fell, unfortunately, to 38,000 at the start of the pandemic in March 2020. Notwithstanding today, just about 2.5 years later, we stand at 55,000 employed people in our global digital services sector. I must pause here to say thank you again to our partners at the IDB, who has provided funds through loan funds and the Global Services Sector Project to create an entire ecosystem to support this industry. That support through the government is on the basis of one or nearshore location. Not only are we close to the Americas, but we offer that alternative to companies that are based in the Eastern Hemisphere and who want a nearshore location for their companies. Our attractive labor force in this industry is our best and most renowned asset. We talk about the cultural affinity of our Jamaicans, our English-speaking abilities, and our abilities to connect to the persons on the other line. This has allowed us to have a proven track record. We have companies that are from overseas located here, and we also have our proudly homegrown companies, and ITEL BPO is here today and will speak later. Some of the companies that we do service for also speak about Jamaica, and I wanted to make sure that everybody recognized that our industry is not just based on retail customer service. We're doing significant work with Humana, Cigna, Scotiabank, and our shared services industry, that segment of GDS, is perhaps one that we have the greatest potential for. And that is where we are looking to move up the value chain for Jamaica by accessing knowledge process outsourcing, legal process outsourcing, app and software development, and other shared services. I could not leave without talking about tourism. The Prime Minister spoke about the resilient tourism brand. Jamaica this year experienced its highest numbers in the summer as visitors returned to our shores. In October, the number of visitor arrivals surpassed pre-pandemic levels, and we continue to outpace the Caribbean. In the June to September quarter, we had 30% growth in arrivals and 50% growth in expenditure. So not only are they coming back, but they're coming back and spending more. We continue to have an award-winning tourism brand, both on the cruise shipping side and our hotels. And this, again, is underpinned by comprehensive government support. The Tourism Enhancement Fund, and I know the head of the TEF is here, stands ready to support the industry. We also have our marketing agency, the Jamaica Tourist Board. This past year, the Minister of Tourism launched the Tourism Pension Fund for tourism workers, as well as the Tourism Innovation Center. We're committed to diversifying this industry to make sure that the resilience that we experienced coming out of COVID continues. We're looking at business and leisure accommodations and we're looking at attractions. And those attractions are not just for people that stay in hotel rooms, but you heard the Prime Minister talk about the fact that we want more ports all over the island that can carry cruise ships. And of course, medical tourism. Maybe if we can establish our medical tourism product, the nursing school that Minister Hill spoke about can supply and support. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just give you a peek of the investment projects that we'll be talking about more at the conference. Terry Carell had mentioned that we will be having pitch platform sessions to the back, and some of the opportunities that we'll be looking at are the Caymanas Special Economic Zone that the Minister spoke about, the Kingston Logistics Park, the Spring Plain Mango Agro Park and Avocado Orchards, as well as other infrastructure projects, the Urban Center in Boundbrook, the Cultured Marble Value Chain that I mentioned, and the opportunity for an integrated solid waste management facility. The pitch platforms will happen both today and tomorrow, starting at 3:45 today and 2:30 tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, if you never heard my minister, if you never heard Minister Clark, I doubt you'd never heard the Prime Minister, but I'm hoping you're hearing me loud and clear. Now is the time to do business in Jamaica. We look forward to having those conversations with you over the next 2 days, and we want to thank you very much for being here in Jamaica to do business. Thank you.
What a presentation. It was so comprehensive. She moved through so many different categories, and she did it without hitching, glitching, or hiccuping. Fantastic job. Well done. And to put all of that together and make it so digestible, we appreciate it. Well done, Jampro. I just would like to invite you to turn your attention to the screens for a moment.
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision, now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will not let go of this vision. We will grow. We will overcome these challenging times and look to the future with hope and positivity. These are special times. The world as we know it has changed, but home will always be in our hearts. And in Jamaica, you can always find a home. Think you know Jamaica? Look again. You will be surprised. Jamaica, home of the resilient.
Beautiful. As I heard Shalette Cox speak about logistics, I couldn't help but again acknowledge Dan Edwards, president of JAMPRO, who 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago in Trinidad and Tobago moderated a very peppery, saucy panel discussion on logistics and transportation. And in fact, it was the CEO of the Antigua Port Authority who basically said if we're speaking about logistics and hub, you cannot exclude Jamaica from that conversation because of the size of her hub. So that was a fantastic conversation, and I can't wait to hear the other panel discussions that take place later on. Again, I'd also like to just acknowledge also the presence of filmmakers and fashion designers, because a lot of the times Because I don't want us to only think of just logistics and hubs and ICT and digital business and agri-tech and leave out the creative industries, which is another area that requires funding and is yet another area that really shows what Brand Jamaica is capable of and attracts investment as well. So to the filmmakers and the fashion designers who are in this audience and who might be watching online, we welcome you and we hope that this networking opportunity is beneficial to you. Lastly, I did not know that the ranking for Aki was that high on Nat Geo. I'm going to go tell everyone. I think it should be in all hotels so that when you go to the buffet area, you don't hear your tourists asking what kind of Aki is this, not what kind of eggs is this. A lot of the tourists, when they see the Aki, they go, what kind of egg? And I have to tell them, no, it's Aki. But now that I know that stat, I will certainly share it. So let's jump into our panel discussion, our very first one. And this panel discussion is about global digital services. The National Global Digital Services Strategy 2021 to 2025 is positioned to leverage talent and technology as well as increase productivity and efficiency for companies that come to Jamaica, taking advantage of the critical path of MNCs that focus on digital transformation and increased utilization of nearshore and shared services. This session will delve into the success of current players, their expansion plans, and why Jamaica's nearshore advantage provides tremendous opportunity. Our esteemed moderator for this session is Kirk Laughlin. He is founder and chief analyst of Nearshore Americas, the premier platform for authoritative data, insight, and guidance on knowledge services export business of the Caribbean and Latin America. Please let us welcome him. So this is Kirk Laughlin, our moderator, and our esteemed panelists who will be joining him. We welcome Anand Biradar, Delivery Head and Shared Services Leader, Americas Agility. He has over 20 years of experience in strategy design and execution, business development and expansion, organizational development, leadership, and business management. This is Anand Biradar. Our next panelist needs no introduction for those of us who know him. He is Yanni Epstein. Mr. Epstein is an entrepreneur and founding chairman and CEO of the Caribbean's largest homegrown CX provider, ITEL. He is a leader in modernizing and growing Caribbean's global services industry. And in fact, he is ranked among the 50 most influential executives for the Latin America and Caribbean region. Welcome, sir. Last but not least, we welcome Kishman Spence, Executive Director, KPMG JESS. Mr. Spence has over 23 years customer operations experience with global teams across the Caribbean, USA, Europe, Asia, and Africa, working with leading players in the telecommunication, online retail, and professional services space. Let us welcome Kishman Spence. This is panel discussion 1, Global Digital Services.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing so far? Excellent, excellent. I'm really, really excited to be here. It's a true privilege. It's also wonderful to see so many good friends, old friends. I've been coming to Jamaica for close to 13 years now in the global digital services industry, and it's just been remarkable. And we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. I want to just start with the idea of reflection and the importance of reflection. My first visit here was in 2010. I got to meet Mr. Robinson here, getting off the plane. Conrad Robinson, if you don't know him, one of the best people you could ever meet entering a new market. And during those 2 or 3 days in Jamaica, we did some filming. We got to know some people, spent some time with Mr. Gittins in Kingston, and also Mr. Markar Jarrett. At that time, for those who don't know his story, there was one operation, Vistaprint, and the rest of his fields were empty. And what I found at that point was this it's very hard to describe, but there was this clear understanding and belief and aspiration about what could happen in Jamaica. And at the time, no one was necessarily saying we're about to create 50,000 jobs. But what was absolutely clear was this extraordinary level of confidence in knowing the job could get done exceptionally well. And it's only through reflecting on these things that you begin to appreciate how far the journey has been. Another thing, I don't want to overlook something really important about BPO is how powerful this industry is in terms of engaging folks from the entire economic strata of a developing economy. Really important what this industry does for people. It's an entryway to what I often call an ability to speak, to have global fluency, especially in the world of digital, which, as we all have learned so much, is vast, and vast opportunity for individuals who enter, vast opportunity for entrepreneurs who want to grow from what they learned at the entry point. So during those 12 years, as many of you well know, many global services companies have come to Jamaica and have found great success. And we'll talk a little bit about that in the panel today. It's also important to point out, especially, I just want to talk a little bit about my position at Nearshore Americas. We're really the authority on the nearshore digital services conversation. We have more than 7,000 news stories, analyst reports, videos. There's a few documentaries. We've been doing our very best to tell the story. And many of you know this, but it's important to just be very mindful of the fact that this is a super competitive industry. There are 15 other very viable markets in our hemisphere who are working very hard as well to craft their pitch, to improve their delivery, to do everything that they can do to win business as well. And I don't want to take anything away from any of those markets. What they're doing is very important. But what has happened here is there's something that I found that many of the markets have. You know, we know about airlift and proximity and cost effectiveness and workforces that are really powerful. In the case of Jamaica, one, I have to definitely mention this. This is two things, actually. What we have in Jamaica, without question, is a very high-performing investment agency. There's no question about it. Our group, my editors, our analysts, work with agencies like JAMPRO all the time, and I can tell you, the group doing the work here is really focused, is really organized, has got great leadership, and to the Prime Minister's point, you see a continuity. And unfortunately, there's too many markets out there that perform well for 4 years, then a new government comes in and they're not even answering the phone anymore. They're not pitching us anymore. That's unfortunate. We haven't seen that in Jamaica. It's been very consistent. And the other point here is the government itself, as you know, is very fluent in this particular industry. They know the details. That absolutely matters to investors, that they can have a meaningful, deep, contextual conversation about how important these jobs are, how important BPO digital services is to Jamaica. And I think that's really important. Of course, ICT, telecommunications, solid, but I think we're all looking forward to greater improvement there. Another thing, as we think more about the uniqueness of the Jamaica offering, speed. Speed matters so much in our global services industry. Those consumers, like myself, have zero tolerance anymore for anything but fast-acting, actionable problem solvers for any number of consumer problems that may be out there. Jamaica has that talent, the speed to adapt to global business. We see it time and time again. So many of these things are fairly, some of these things are table stakes for some of these other markets I'm talking about. But I think the most consequential qualification is the inexhaustible pursuit of the business and the business opportunity. There is, as Terry spoke earlier, I love that word, vibrancy, and relatable. Those are uniquely Jamaican characteristics. I even think, I'll go as far as to say they're unique even in the Caribbean, because there's a humbleness that folks from Jamaica bring to the table about delivering services to global clients, and that's very, very powerful. So, as I mentioned, we sit at Nearshore Americas as the arbiter of these conversations. As Minister Clark pointed out, he had, as you may recall, talking about meeting with investors in London and the New York City area. Those people want to understand what's really going on in these markets of Latin America and Caribbean, because you've got to remember how much has come before in terms of the perceptions of these markets. And there's a real need to reorient people around economic opportunity and the special advantages of working in these markets. So our commitment to this market is to provide that context to really get to the truth, which is not always easy, and do it with as much transparency as possible. So I do just want to take 1 second to invite you to take a look at Nearshore Americas, become engaged in our market. We really believe in having these conversations. Just to give you a heads up, in March in London, we'll be holding our first ever Cross Connect Forum, which explores the transatlantic conversation, transatlantic global services considerations of UK and Western European businesses doing partnerships in the Americas and Caribbean as well. So look out for that. And I do want to shift to our panel now. I'm really, really proud to be with these three gentlemen. Kishman's a good new friend of mine. We've done some business recently. Tremendous story at KPMG. We're going to get into that a little bit. Anand and I met, I think, more than 10 years ago now in Colombia, and he's had a tremendous experience and done great work here in Jamaica. Also, a man we all know and love and have great respect for, and I don't like to throw the word visionary around, but right here, this man is a visionary because of that growth and the opportunity people saw, Yanni and others saw over the last 10 years. So, with that, I want to move to our panel, and I'll move over here. All right, great. So, gentlemen, I think there's always this desire in tech to always constantly be looking forward. We always, what's going on next? But this is probably a good moment to reflect on where we've come. And in your own words, your own experience, I'd love to hear what you think has gone well. What has contributed to this story over the last 10 years? We'll start with you, Kishman.
Yeah. Am I being heard? Yeah. Good. Yeah. I think the story of what has gone well in the global digital services space has a lot to do with what I think the engine of the industry is. We talk a lot about the tech, we talk a lot about the processes, we talk about nearshore, we talk about cultural affinity. And sometimes we forget that the engine of what drives it is the Jamaican people, the people. And when I say the people, I'm not talking about the unemployment rate. I'm not talking about the percent of people who are job seekers. What I'm talking about is the unique personality of Jamaicans. And it's a unique creativeness, curiosity. Locally, we say if there's a system, Jamaican finds a way to break it. There's a positive side to it. When Jamaicans encounter a problem, they have that creative solution which our clients are looking for to say, it's not broken, we can fix it, we can work around it. So I think the people has been a tremendous part of the success story. If I had to say another thing that I think has really given us buoyancy as an industry, is the way we have come together to become very nimble, adaptable, and flexible. The stories I hear from my client, who's KPMG in the US, is India is the hub of shared service centers globally. And when they go to India, they're told, this is how the thing works here. You know, if they say, I'd like to get a data scientist, the people tell them, sure, no problem, it takes 6 months. When they come here, we say, what do you want to have happen? And then we go off and say, how do we make this happen? So what you find is that we kind of make the rules up as we go along. We build the plane while we're flying it. If it can be done, we'll find a way to do it. And I think those two factors, the people and our incredible agility, flexibility, adaptability, has really, really, given us tailwinds in the global sector.
Well said. Yanni?
Sure. Thanks, Kirk. What I would add to on that, is the Jamaican people's story is one that is world-renowned, and we know we can go to all corners of the earth and see Jamaicans excelling. But, you can't be successful unless you market a product well. And I really have to give kudos to Jampro and the team at Jampro, as well as Gloria Henry sitting in the front row there. In 2012, after we saw ourselves relatively stagnant for a few years at about 12,000 jobs, we felt that we needed to get the Jamaica brand and the Jamaica name out there. And it's guys like yourself, Kirk, who thank you very much, and others in the industry that have really helped us to tell the story of Jamaica as to what the opportunities are, as Kishman said, from the front line and the management support in the industry. What is our competitive advantage or our value proposition in Jamaica, and get that out to the world. And then we started to see, large players start to come into Jamaica, which provided a lot of credibility to what we were saying as Jamaicans and what we had the ability to do. And that is really what started the growth of this industry, where over the last 10 years we've gone from 12,500 to 55,000 in the industry, along with the support of the government and creating a framework for all of us to be successful, right? So to me, when I look back, really carrying the Jamaican flag and saying why we are as good as we are in the region, and why you should take your business from the far shore and bring it to the near shore and go to the largest English-speaking country in the Western Hemisphere, in the Caribbean, and make Jamaica your home is really the epitome of that story.
I recognize this is a session before the lunch, so we're going to be brief. Summing up 10 years in 3 points. One, I would say the government and the associated agencies, whether it's Jampro, JCISA, and the Global Services Association, which is the advocacy association for the industry, founded by Yanni, taken to the next level by Gloria. I think this team of people, irrespective of their roles, coming together to solve a problem, I think is the foundation of the last 10-year story. Top it up with people. The IQ and the EQ levels are fantastic in Jamaica. This is not somebody's storytelling. This is factual data coming out of the assessment analyses. And then the third part, I would say, is, if the story has to hum again and again, it has to hinge on client endorsements. It has to hinge on true performance. And in our industry, you sneeze, you're measured, you move, you're measured. So everything is measured, so everything is factual, everything is data-driven. And I could tell you the Net Promoter Scores for the performance we do in Jamaica, and I'm part of the healthcare industry, which is very sensitive, dealing with patients, dealing with doctors, and I gotta tell you, the Net Promoter Score, which represents, in general, the performance, right? So you have great team, whether it's government and the associated agencies. You got super IQ and EQ talent. Now, the outcomes and the client endorsements just seal the story. That's 3 years.
That's a really good place to move toward, Anand, and I'll follow up with you, and I'll work the other two gentlemen in. But on that point of value creation, which is so crucial to our industry, this is sort of that moment the Prime Minister said, what better person than you guys to advocate for your own organizations? This is a chance for us to hear what is really going on. I think you all do pretty remarkable things, and you solve amazingly difficult problems, but do you have any anecdotes to help us understand, how brutal does it get in the healthcare industry, and what do your teams do to overcome these challenges? What stories come to mind for you? And you other guys, what are a couple of anecdotes I'd like to know more about? Go ahead.
Okay, I want to give you two, right? One, Sagility is top 5 in the world when it comes to servicing U.S. healthcare end-to-end. What we do in Jamaica is largely the interaction part, which is taking care of the conversation with the patients or the doctors and the nurses. Now, one is irrespective of the education, Google hires people based on skills. We do the same. I mean, education matters. I think there is a lot of work being done there, but they have to go through a series of skills and assessments to get through. The IQ and the EQ levels are phenomenal here. And with that, they undergo 16 weeks of training. That's 4 months of training. By the end of it, we employ 3,500 people here. I would say their U.S. healthcare knowledge, as complex as it is better than 99.9% of the Americans. That's how deep their knowledge levels are. Now, starting from there, so the stories are, so you are talking to people who know U.S. healthcare in and out, and they can talk to you about the complexity of the healthcare system and go through it all to solve, the pain point, right? And you're dealing with a mom who's really pissed at paying $1,000 deductible, which she thought it's not the case, right? So those are tough conversations. So managing that in a clear, simpler terms. And healthcare is a very high compliance industry. There are things you can say, there are things you can't say. So you can't run your stories on a call. So you really have to speak the facts, but handle it with care. So it's a tough act. And I think globally we compete with many countries, and Jamaica stands in the top 1, top 2 position consistently, right? And the second story I think is the opportunity really is the nursing, right? And we employ over 1,500, 2,000 nurses in Philippines, and I'm thinking, why can't we do it in Jamaica, right? And I think either the PM or the Minister Hill was alluding to this, that there's an opportunity to drive nursing here in Jamaica. And, I'd be happy to employ a lot of nurses. So this is going to be, we could have people anywhere in Jamaica and supporting. So I think those are the 2 stories I find relevant.
Right. Yanni?
Well, the whole infrastructure of getting us to where we've gotten to is, I guess, as many have said in the past, of our public-private partnership, right? So when you think about how the industry got here, first you have to get the companies that are bringing the clients, that are providing the services. Then you got to get the agents. You've got to build the support, to build a middle management and upper management to manage the business, which, IDB has given us tremendous support through the Global Services Skills Project, which, Fernando is here from IDB, and that's been managed by Marjorie in JAMPRO, which has been a tremendous support for us over the years. But when you look at infrastructure, like none of us could really grow and develop the way we have without infrastructure. And through the Development Bank of Jamaica, very cheap funds have been made available over the years for people to build purpose-built BPO facilities, because prior to that, it was like the chicken and egg scenario, right? So, when you look at that, and you look at the telco, and you look at how people have been developed over the years, I mean, that's really the reason, altogether Jamaica has been successful, in my opinion. When you come down to ourselves, over the last 10 years, growing across the region, Jamaica being home with over 7,000 employees, with Jamaicans moving throughout the Caribbean. A lot of people say that, you know, in many cases we are CARICOM at work because we're taking Jamaicans that we've built and taking them to Guyana and to St. Lucia and to Honduras and other countries that we have developed into. That just goes to show, back to the point what Kishwan said as to, you know, the infrastructure of the people in Jamaica and how well we excel is really the story at the end of the day. And partly why we have been so successful. But the number one market to our industry is the United States. That's where the business is coming from, and be able to develop a sales infrastructure to bring that business here, it's only based off of the product that you've been able to develop over the years.
So Kirk, you have asked to share two of the stories of what we deal with. I'll give you one that dates back to the start of the pandemic, and I'll share with you a very current one. At the start of the pandemic, we had just transitioned the procurement operations business to Jamaica from KPMG US. KJS has only one client, and it's KPMG US. KPMG US is the largest of 145 KPMG member firms globally. 35,000 employees, over 100 offices in 50 states. And they packed up their entire procurement operations and said, Jamaica, here you have it. And the minute that team got set up, a global pandemic that was never planned for broke out. We were staffed for what was the ongoing demand. And they said, you know, KPMG Jamaica, we know you just got set up. You now need to handle procurement to take 35,000 employees and work from home, which means they need to have a kit equivalent to what they had in office. And we said, okay, let's do it. And not only were we able to successfully do that, but we managed from a performance perspective, which is crucially important because Jamaica isn't just near and has cultural affinity. Our metrics in procurement for a team that was just set up outpaced the team that was onshore in the United States doing this for decades. You know, so that's real world Jamaica. In January of this year, I was doing a presentation to the national partner of operations in the KPMG US business. And he said, you know, good stuff. You know, how do you guys think you could manage our most pressing problem? And we said, you know, what's that? And he says, data. We cannot find enough data roles in the United States. Now, I had no knowledge of what the market for this was in Jamaica, but being the entrepreneurial Jamaican I was, I said, absolutely, I'm sure I could find you people. And you fast forward that story now, I've been given 50 roles in data. 25 have been seated. And these are people who are doing enterprise-wide projects for KPMG US, ESG projects, major platform replacement projects. And the only thing that success is doing is opening the floodgates to say, you know, how much more can you find? You know, so these are some of the real world, you know, achievements that I'd like to share.
Great point, great point. How about for the two of you gentlemen? That's a very, very important thing to think about is where the market's going and then supply the talent that's necessary, data scientists, and, you know, bleeding into blockchain. I know, Yanni, you software development areas you're exploring, but how do you see that lining up between here's what the market demands, here's what we have to cultivate, here are the conditions we're dealing with, we've got the Heart Trust, we've got other IDB support. How does that coalesce to get the positions filled that you need, your clients need? We'll start with Yanni.
Sure. Well, I think it first starts with a discussion as to what is the skill set, right? What are you looking for? You're looking for data scientists, or you're looking for people that have just very large levels of experience in Excel? Are you looking for analysts that are going to take the data and analyze it for you? And from that, you can then determine what is the skill set on the ground and where you can focus your energy to output a number of people. Now, we know that these are not opportunities that are going to bring us thousands of jobs like a traditional call center, customer care, or sales position, but these are positions that are what we would call higher up the value chain, that provide support not only to that business unit that has the thousands of agents on it, but you can have a micro business unit that is focusing solely on providing those services, like what Kishwan was saying inside of KPMG here in Jamaica. So, when we look at that, we look at all of the markets that we operate in and see where we can provide those services from. But it starts with understanding what ability you have on the ground from day one.
So if I got your question right, it's essentially how do you deal with the demand and the plan?
Yeah,
plan
and how
for
do you
the
meet?
future,
Yeah, when
right?
when Cigna or whoever it is says, can you fill these positions? What does that whole ecosystem look like, and what do you have to do to make it happen?
I think it would be exactly what Yanni said, right? I mean, once you understand the business outcome of that specific account or a program, I think you map the behaviors needed to drive a specific business outcome. Once you identify the behaviors required, and these are competencies, right? So where you got it's a repeatable behavior. Then you break it down to what skills and what knowledge will lead to that behavior. And then it breaks down to where is this talent which has this skill, this IQ level, this EQ level, this competency. And then your canvas to search for talent is clear.
Great. I want to now pivot a little bit toward standing here now looking to the future. And I want to think a little bit about this concept of regional hub and the importance Jamaica has as a regional leader, and what does that imply? What responsibilities does that start to suggest? And if you noticed, Minister Aubrey Hill mentioned something very interesting, Yanni, about Guyana when he spoke earlier. And I've heard other mentions of various interactions and commentary from other Caribbean markets. And having made that point, but I also think we have to think in parallel with it. A fact that we all have to deal with is Jamaica has X numbers of people, and sometimes that is a unfair, classification, right? Because if you look at the imagination that it took to get as far as we've all gotten over the last 10 years, I think there's an equivalent level of reimagining what we can become from here. So I guess what I'm trying to understand, and I want to start with you, Yanni, because you have really interesting operations in St. Lucia, Guyana. We've spent a lot of time in recently in a really interesting project there. But having said all that, where does Jamaica, what is its role as a catalyst or unifier, and why I think it's so important is those decision makers out there look at a few data points, oh, it's got this, it's got this, it's got that population, okay, they're not going to look. How do you overcome that?
So what's really funny is I recall when we started 10 years ago on Nearshore Americas, it was very Central American driven. That's where the business was, right? And the irony of that now is 10 years later, I was talking to Fernando outside, is more and more of these Central American countries want to follow our GSS program. And they're kind of coming to us now as to, what have you guys done? How have you been successful? Because they're now realizing that they have to continue to develop their workforce if they want to continue to grow their industries, right? And what the pandemic taught us on a whole is, because, as the Prime Minister said, when it first struck and they kept the business process outsourcing industry open, it was, while protecting lives and livelihoods and working with, between all of the mechanics of what was going on in the early stages of the pandemic, Jamaica was still open for business. To the opposite of that, you look at the Asian markets, like 10% of their overall industry, over 1 million people, were actually operating. So companies were scrounging to look for where they could put services to be delivered. And Jamaica was a star coming out of that. And I think not only Jamaica, but this region was a star coming out of that, which is why, as I've always said, even in our business to our board and our shareholders, is that Jamaica will continue and the Caribbean will continue to grow. One, because companies are looking to offset their risk profile out of the Asian markets, right? Two, it comes back to what Anand said, the net promoter score. The delivery and the service is there. So, you know, with those two mixes, and you look at the infrastructure part and the technology and so on, and those are all table stakes that naturally will have to be there for it to be successful. So you add those two, is why we've gone from 43,000 pre-pandemic to 55,000 post-pandemic, and programs like the GSS project, which is preparing us to continue to have the filter of our frontline employees that are going to be the bulk of the industry, but it'll also allow us to get closer to that goal of taking our higher value services from today of about 25 to 30% to closer to 40 and potentially over the years 50%. And that is where you really create true value in the future of this industry.
Okay, great. Kishman or Anand, do you have any comments on that along those lines?
I think the point I would add on that is at KPMG, we also recognize that there is a regional opportunity, and I mean regional CARICOM, Caribbean opportunity. It's been quite advantageous for us because as a professional member service firm, we are KPMG CARICOM with offices in Barbados and Trinidad. And what that's allowing us an opportunity to do is to reimagine where we fill professional roles today in my organization. And it's an evolution. I think ultimately we want to get to the point where we're totally self-sufficient in the marketplace. But the honest reality is that today, the professional skills that I need are perhaps many of them thinking of migrating to markets in North America to find the jobs I need. So, our strategy is what do we need to do now to win and grow this business, and how do we hone talent in the future so that we can start to build from the university of the kind of talent we need in risk management and data and project management. And so one of the stories we have of that's success in the Caribbean is, as we have been on a quest to find nearly 50 project managers in very short order, we've said, let's see how robust the CSME engine is. And we have actually hired project managers from Trinidad who have worked with the Ministry of Labor to obtain, certificates for, and they're now working in Jamaica. Ultimately, we believe it's a model where, rising tides will lift all boats, and there's more than enough opportunity to go around for Jamaica to, to dominate, but pull along the other countries in the Caribbean.
Great point. And I'll touch on one more point, and I think we'll close it out. But something I think, Anand, looking at the GSA organization and the long list of agenda items you have to deal with, something I think is super important, and Yanni, you may remember this a year or two ago, we had a question come up from the local press that was an interesting question, and it indicated to me perhaps there is, again, this is a perhaps there's room to grow in terms of the so-called general population knowing what this industry is really all about, and the entryway, as I was saying, toward career growth and global fluency and potential to go live in other markets and all kinds of things. Getting back to the GSA and your role, is that one of the objectives of your group, or to what degree is it important to your group that there's almost like a public relations effort to help people understand how important this industry is? And by the way, every country's a little different on this topic. I've seen a real variety of countries have great appreciation for the presence of these markets and these employers. And there's a lot of opinions out there. So I don't know, what do you think?
Thank you for asking me. It's a very important topic and a question. I think I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd put Jamaica at 6 in ability to really understand and appreciate what this industry brings. Numbers, to an extent, tell the story. $1 billion in exports, 6% of the GDP, arguably. So it's a big industry, demands attention. But there is so much good this industry brings. So I will make 3 points, hopefully, to make it stick. One is the future of global digital services as it says in the words, it's going to be a location agnostic business. It's going to be a time agnostic and maybe someday device agnostic. So that is the path. That's the path. It's inevitable path. Now, you want to play well in that path, which means you could be in St. Mary Parish, you could be working for ITAL, working for Sagility, or working for a Scandinavian company. It shouldn't matter, right? Ultimately, we got to build in a way where people need to be educated, employed wherever they are, in whatever form and fashion. I think that fastest path to economic progress. And that begins with the GSS industry the way it has been in the last 10 years. Kishman and KPMJ, tremendous success in the last 5 years, right? Would it happen in the mid-2000s? Probably not. It wouldn't take off, right? It happened because there was a base built. Like KPMG, there will be 10 more successes, right? Which will come on this. ITEL may start IT outsourcing, right? So whether it's ITO, higher level services, we may start nursing, right? They all build on this base. People need to understand that this base it actually enables investments, demands attention, and attracts investments in the right area so that 5-10 years from now, you're bringing the best out of Jamaica and the Jamaicans, and everything clearly aligns to economic progress.
Well said. Yanni?
I don't know what to add on the back of that, but what I would say is that, again, looking to the future, when you think of the foundation that has been set, and I'm going to call out one in particular, Diane, who I know is leaving in her capacity at the end of this year. But your stewardship of JAMPRO that has supported this industry is the reason, or one of the main reasons why we're at 55,000 jobs today. So I want to thank you. And in full disclosure, I'm a board director of JAMPRO as well. But I want to thank you for the job that you've done for not only JAMPRO but for the sector and for Jamaica's success in this industry. And that is a big part of why we'll see continued success over the next 10 years in this industry.
Okay, Kishman.
Right. So I would take an inward pivot to that. I think a big part of how we've gotten where we've gotten has been the getting to market, the go-to-market. We've been able to start to convince clients, certainly in this hemisphere, that Jamaica is a viable shared service PPO location. I think there's another challenge for us for the next 5 years, and it's convincing the Jamaican workforce on the diversity, challenge, rigor, robustness of the multitude of careers that exist in it. I think today one of the challenges is that folks hear shared service and they have one image that comes to mind. And I think what I've learned in my 20-odd years in this business is you name the career and somewhere in one of our business it sits. It's a gateway to a career lattice. And I think that's the message that we've got to figure out how to instill in the marketplace.
Well said. I love these power-packed, concise conversations. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for this conversation today.
Thank you.
I wanted to say one more thing, if I can.
Can he say one more thing, Terry?
Yeah. Is this on?
Yeah, it's on. You're on.
Okay, great. I have to say, when we came 10 years ago, the first person I also met to even contemplate if Jamaica is going to go through the pestle analysis, all of that, was Diane and her team at JAMPRO. So they did a phenomenal job. So 2 times to Diane and her team at JAMPRO.
Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Kirk Lachlan, who was our moderator, and of course our esteemed panelists, Anand Biradar, Yanni Epstein, Kishman, Spence. I'm going to allow us to actually give Diane Edwards her flowers. I'm going to actually allow us to kindly acknowledge her in the room, President of JAMPRO. I believe it's absolutely important that we don't wait for people to leave or to die to acknowledge them for the greatness that they represent. And certainly everywhere she has gone, she has carried Jamaica squarely on her shoulders. Habla español, she also speaks French, and so she's a multifaceted woman. And again, under her leadership and stewardship, Jamaica has gone into every crease and crevice of this world. And we thank you so very much for your service, Dan. Mi gente, mi hispanohablantes, ¿cómo están? ¿Cómo va todo? ¿Entienden todo? ¿No necesitan audífonos? Habla inglés perfectamente. Está bien. So we move from panel discussion 1, which was global digital services, and now we move to logistics hub. No pressure on this panel discussion, even though it stands between you and lunch. No pressure at all. We have a fantastic moderator who's well aware of the time and promises to keep this really concise but precise. Panel discussion number 2, logistics. Jamaica, a major global logistics hub. Jamaica's logistics infrastructure is well positioned to capture a greater market share of global logistics and increase the long-term competitiveness of Jamaica. Boasting arguably the most modern port in the region, as well as an enviable geographic location, Jamaica's physical and business infrastructure creates an ideal destination for enhanced linkages. Our esteemed moderator for this panel is Alex Irwin Hunt, editor at FDI Intelligence Financial Times. He covers trends and developments as global market editor at FDI Intelligence, writing articles about shaping investment decisions across industries, interviewing public and private sector leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator. And for our fine moderator, we got some fine panelists. Please help me welcome Gloria Henry, Vice President, BPO and Logistics Ports Authority of Jamaica. Ms. Henry is the recipient of the Nearshore America's 2022 Executive of the Year Award for Outstanding Leadership of the Jamaican outsourcing sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, we would like to welcome Santiago Duque, Chief Operating Officer, SAP Latin America and the Caribbean North Region. He's an expert in emerging technologies applied to business transformation and has deep knowledge of SAP technology for supply chain management and sustainability issues. Ladies and gentlemen, Santiago Duque. And before we jump right into this panel discussion, I'd kind of like you to turn your attention to the screen.
So as mentioned, I've got the very difficult task of being between you and I'm sure a very delicious Jamaican lunch. But just to set the scene for our conversation, I thought I'd just reflect on a bit of the macro picture that we've seen in supply chains in recent years. I think we all know that supply chain disruption has become the norm, from lockdowns and containers stuck in global hubs such as Shanghai to semiconductor shortages that have led factories to be stalling production. It's clear that bottlenecks have very much been a factor in life in recent years. And we know about some of the shocks here. We've had the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and of course some geopolitical tensions, which are all leading to some of these disruptions that I've outlined. But the key point here is that it's the makeup of global value chains that are amplifying these disruptions. And this is why businesses are looking to build resilience, improve their sustainability profiles of their footprints, and re-strategize, rejig where they are based around the world. And this is very much, this touches on exactly what we'll be discussing, logistics sector in Jamaica. But I suppose, I think, well, I'm probably going to stick to about 30 minutes for this discussion rather than 45. So I'm going to come to Santiago first. I think, can you just reflect on that macro picture I've outlined and maybe share some solutions that SAP are working on specifically when it comes to supply chains and logistics?
Okay, thank you, Alex. And I'm really honored to be here. It's an amazing event. I was really impressed about all the keynotes that I heard this morning about the investment here in Jamaica. And we as SAP and in general the technology companies, I think that we are going to wake up tomorrow seeing Jamaica as the top one destination for investors, because the Prime Minister mentioned that. It is like technology is the key enabler for all of the changes, all of the investment that are being done. And I would like to talk a little bit about that. So first of all, what we have seen as SAP in terms of digital supply chain, on supply chain disruptions, it is like in the world, there has been building, the companies were building supply chains for decades that were lean supply chains, like the just-in-time approach. Everything should be perfect. The time for transportation, to have the, in the warehouse, optimization. Everything was about optimization. And supply chains were seen in the companies as cost centers. In order to do so, the investment were done in terms of how to optimize the supply chain in the whole processes. But the pandemic arrives and we saw that it was more than empty the shelves. It was the disruption. How these lean supply chain were affected. And I think that the Prime Minister mentioned that. The companies that survived in the best way were the ones that have more resilient supply chain, meaning like some way to do better transportation or to do like different connections in terms of transportation, also with some security stocks in the warehouses. So with that, the approach is different right now. It is not about cost, it's about how to really change the business processes to make supply chains even better or to optimize supply chain. So in terms of business, we have seen three topics that are needed to be taken into account to have resilient supply chain. The first one is to really have connected or to connect the supply chain to the whole business. Supply chain is not only about logistics. It's how to connect the supply chain to the demands from our customers, to the cost, to the financial part, to purchasing, to all the elements of the business processes in the company. The second topic, it's on how this supply chain needs to use real-time information. When I'm talking about real-time information, for years, supply chains were about analyzing historical data to take decisions. But now, this is not enough. You need to take information in real time to see and to plan what is going to be done in terms of transportation, warehousing, and all of these topics. The other topic, it's about connection. We as SAP, we see a concept that is called business networks. Like supply chains are not only in the four walls of a company, we need to create and connect companies to connect from the transportation providers to warehouse providers, yard logistics, ports, cruises, shipping companies. Everything should be connected, and we need to have the technology connecting our company with all this ecosystem. And last but not the least, it's about sustainability. Sustainable supply chains will be the ones that are going to be better prepared for the next disruption. I don't know when it's going to come, but sustainability is really important because now it's not only about cost, but it's about how to do traceability on carbon footprint, things like that. For example, company, and when we're talking here about Jamaica, companies will think twice to select the port or the way to ship the products and goods for the most efficient in terms of sustainable point of view business. So these are, in general terms, the four topics that will be, in terms of business, the most important elements that will be relevant for supply chains in the current reality and in the future.
Well, thank you so much, Santiago. I think it's a great scene setter for our conversation, but now we need to bring Jamaica within this context. We've heard about some of the macro issues, how businesses are changing their way of doing things, but also to echo what the Prime Minister was saying this morning, that logistics is the next frontier of investment in Jamaica. So, Gloria, can you just tell us where Jamaica sits within all of this? How can Jamaica act as a way to alleviate some of the supply chain disruption and the way companies are changing their strategies moving forward?
Okay, is that better? Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today to be part of this panel. All of you know me from BPO, but I'm leveraging my expertise in BPO to support another industry. I want to first greet you on behalf of our President and CEO, Professor the Honorable Gordon Shirley, and to really salute and recognize the effort of Edmund Marsh, who has done a lot of work, a lot of the ideation and baseline studies that were done to create a framework for logistics and for Jamaica to really put itself in the front row of logistics services in the world. You've heard the Prime Minister saying that Jamaica has been positioned as a fourth node in the global logistics hub. And this started many years ago. So, I want to really bring you back to the genesis of where this actually started. And this started years ago with the Port Authority having the vision and the foresight to develop capacity, exploiting the favorability of the Port of Kingston, which is situated in the 7th largest natural harbor in the world, and our geographic location to invest in infrastructure that gave us capacity and creating about 2.8 million TEU capacity in the Kingston Container Terminal. And then later on in 2016, to also have the vision and foresight to see that the kind of investment capital that was needed to take Jamaica to where it needs to go in global prominence in its port services and logistics service needed, more than what the government could afford at the time. It needed a kind of flexibility and agility that is not necessarily resident in a government agency. And so under the PPP model, a concession agreement was entered with CMA-CGM, which is one of the largest shipping lines in the world, to create the Kingston Freeport Terminal. Today, Kingston Freeport Terminal has capacity to handle 3.2 million 20-foot equivalent TEU container. And it is that type of capacity and investments. They have since invested over $343 million US in infrastructure development, in modernizing equipment, in putting in customer service systems, digital systems, security systems, and building out an enviable port in the region. And I'd really like to use this opportunity to ask you to give a round of applause to Kingston Freeport Terminal. So it is that kind of investments and leveraging the reach of KFTL and CMA-CGM that allowed us to navigate successfully in the port through the pandemic, to the extent that we did not have any significant impairment in volumes during the pandemic. And we have since recovered since the pandemic, and we're seeing a 6% growth year on year in volumes and throughput at the port. The Port Authority has also invested in the port community system that you would have heard mentioned over and over by JAMPRO, by the ministers, by various parties, to enable the digitization. And he speaks about the importance of digitization and communication across all players in the system and all platforms in the shipping business. It's a very, very volatile, very versatile, very dynamic industry. And it is why Jamaica is well positioned to develop and grow a logistics hub. And the last thing I will say on this particular topic is, so the Port Authority pioneered the BPO sector, having started it in 1985 in Montego Bay, and having worked successfully through various transitions from when it was a labor-intensive type of industry where you went to the airport and picked up the materials that you would work on them and take them back to the airport, to where it is now a fully fledged digital industry. We worked collaboratively with JAMPRO. I see Mrs. Sansia Templer-Bennett there, but before Diane, we had great relationship working with PS Sansia Templer-Bennett in a different portfolio. And we've had many years of experience working with JAMPRO to support investment growth in BPO. That's the kind of expertise that we're looking to bring to logistics. We are working to leverage what has already been put on the ground by Kingston Wharves in total logistics, Denning Brothers, Real Time, and lots of other providers in Jamaica, using the strong position that Jamaica has and its capacity to make logistics not just the next frontier, but the next big thing for Jamaica.
Well, thank you very much for that, Gloria. And I would add, I mean, we track foreign direct investment across the globe, and we've seen a massive expansion in capital expenditure pledges within the freight distribution services sector, and it's brilliant to hear that Jamaica has been successful with that CMA-CGM project. On that note, we've seen some additional capacity coming online. You've mentioned, obviously, the trends when it comes to digitization and how you need that visibility across supply chains. But I wonder if you could reflect, Santiago, for a moment on your view of the Caribbean region and Jamaica specifically, and some of SAP's views within what's happening in the region.
And I would like to elaborate this answer more in terms of how we, as technology business, we are seeing Jamaica and the Caribbean as part of a very important, investment destination. Why? I'm going to share a little bit of the numbers on what we have in Latin America. In the case of SAP, we have more than 50,000 customers. From these 50,000, we have more than something like 2,000 in the Caribbean, and specifically more than 100 here in Jamaica. So we are really, putting the digital and the technology to this transformation that we're seeing in the business. Because at the end, and it's really interesting as we have seen this event, because we heard from the government, specifically the investments that are being done in terms of the highways, of the communications, the internet expansion that is coming. We have seen in terms of people, I have heard in the previous panel how the local talent, it is really prepared to face this disruption and this not this disruption, this great opportunity that we have in front of us. But everything needs technology, and technology is really important to, start the engine and run all of this business in the right way. So in terms of specifically in Jamaica, what we see, it is a good investment in terms of cloud. Cloud is game changer for all the business right away, because with cloud, there's an opportunity for all companies, regardless the size of the company. We talk about small and medium business, regardless the size of the company, to have access to cutting-edge technologies that are already available. For example, when I mention to have visibility in real time, there's something that is behind that, and is machine learning and artificial intelligence. In order to put machine learning, artificial intelligence running for the supply chain, you will need to have a lot of historical data that in the traditional on-premises infrastructure that we used to have 10 years ago was not possible for most of the small and medium business. But now that cloud is available, we have a good infrastructure in terms of internet access. It is a great opportunity for all the companies here to really access, again, to these cutting-edge technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, IoT, everything related to blockchain that will be differentiators in supply chain. Blockchain, it is, and maybe Gloria can elaborate on this topic, because it is a disruptor in supply chains in order to have full traceability on what's happening in terms of the supply chain processes. And I also mentioned from the business side, connectivity. And connectivity, when we would like to connect our company with the ecosystem, it is important to have technology as the backbone of this transformation. So, yeah, I am really looking forward to connecting and to be present here in the island, not only myself, but with our ecosystem of partners and our local representatives to really connect and to put technology in the hands of all of the investors and local companies that are here. In fact, we have more than 90 companies already running SAP solution at this moment, so yeah.
Well, thanks for that, Santiago. As you say, 100 customers already in Jamaica, so clearly you're bullish on things happening here and moving forward. Gloria, I want to bring you back in here. We discussed about the expanded capacity that Jamaica's had with this recent investment. But what else are you doing to really drive forward Jamaica's role in the logistics sphere and maybe try and gain some of that more transshipment traffic, etc.?
So we know that logistics drives business, and business growth is important to drive volumes. So at the Port Authority, we are looking at working with various stakeholders in industries to grow different segments of various businesses that we believe will need space to operate, as well as support volumes at the port. And we have invested over $19 million to build out a state-of-the-art Kingston Logistics Park building, a 200,000 square feet building with 4 separate units to serve as a catalyst for persons looking to operate in the 3PL, third-party logistics, and 4PL, fourth-party logistics space. You would have seen that since the pandemic, a number of persons have moved to online shopping. And so there is significant volumes coming in the small parcels industry, and that is set to grow. We believe that there is tremendous opportunities for deconsolidated businesses and to support the growth in other industries. Tourism, for example, is growing. So there is that demand there. There is demand in agriculture. CARICOM leaders have signed an agreement for 25 in 25, where they're seeking to reduce dependence on food imports by 25% by year 2025. And so there is that opportunity to grow agriculture. Jamaica has significant acreage, as you would have seen from Shulette Cox's presentation earlier, in land, arable land available for agriculture. We have over 5,000 acres of land in our agro parks, growing crops that can be exported not just to the region, but to other countries outside of Jamaica. So there is opportunities for various forms of logistics that we believe that we can support. We also can support, and we're positioning ourselves as a regional hub. The Port of Kingston, at Kingston Freeport Terminal, is the largest port in the region, actually. And we move significant volumes when you combine Jamaica. When you look at Jamaica in the context of the Caribbean, we move significant volumes. Perhaps what we move in a month is what the rest of the ports in the Caribbean move in a year. So we have the ability to set up the distribution hub. Imagine how important that would have been during COVID if we had a healthcare distribution hub here. So, that is what we're looking towards, working towards, setting up a distribution hub, as well as positioning ourselves for near-port logistics, leveraging the various forms of legislation and policies that are in place. We already have the framework in place, having built out, as I said, other industries, and we have the capacity in the port.
Thank you very much, Gloria. I'm conscious of time. We're coming towards the end of our half an hour, but I think on the point you made about the CARICOM policy and the 25 and 25 and reducing this import bill, I think this is somewhat of a call to action to logistics developers, people within the industry, that there are policies in place at the regional level, Jamaica being a big country within the region, and clearly this is somewhat of a call to action. Santiago, I know SAP, you recently did a survey of logistics executives in the US.
Absolutely, and it is, you're really, you do a lot of research, because this survey is recent. It was published a couple of weeks ago, and it's a survey that was done with more than 400 C-levels in the supply chain arena. And what is interesting is that the question was about the next disruption. I was talking about the next disruption, and what are they seeing as the next disruption? And as part of the answers, they mentioned global political unrest with 58%, lack of raw materials with 44%, and rising fuel and energy cost 40%. So we have a new disruption in front of us. So it is like we have seen pandemic. We survived to pandemic. Now we are seeing this new disruption. The important thing here is what to do, how to be better prepared with the supply chain of the future. And in order to do so, the first thing is to mention that when we, as technology, we see supply chain, we are not seeing only transportation and warehouse. We are seeing from the design to planning to manufacturing to warehouse, transportation, and operation of the infrastructure. We see the whole value chain. And we need to put technology in every element of this value chain. How? In terms of planning, by introducing machine learning and artificial intelligence, by using real-time information to predict what is going to happen and to have several scenarios that can help us to really survive into the disruption. This is the first topic.
On that point, just because I'm conscious of time, can you reflect a little bit on some of the insights from that report and where Jamaica would stand within that? You talked about the priorities at the start. I wonder just any thoughts on Jamaica within this disruption and maybe alleviating some of these issues.
Okay, no, and just to finish, it is, I know we are running low of time, but it is the concept of the whole supply chain, also including all of these technologies, machine learning, then Industry 4.0, and this is something we saw that we have agribusiness, we have manufacturing, we need to put technology to these industries, and this is something, as I was mentioning in the previous question, that is available to everybody right now. It's technology that is not only for the big customers or the big companies. It is available because the cost and the availability via the cloud is something that we can access to. So it is ready for Jamaica. We are ready to put all of this technology to all of the customers, companies here in the country. So yeah, this is pretty much what I would like to say.
Thank you very much, Santiago. Sorry to stop you. He was giving us lots of fantastic insights, but I'm just conscious that everyone's getting hungry. But Gloria, I want to come back to you. Can you reflect a little bit on the inter-Caribbean trade and also trade with Africa? I know you wanted to share some thoughts on that, and maybe that is a potential opportunity within the logistics space.
Yes, so inter-CARICOM trade is really very low right now. I think Jamaica really exports to lots of the islands, and we import perhaps chips and spices and some inputs from some of the other islands. But there is that great opportunity. The 25 in 25 is a big opportunity to drive exports and to be self-sufficient. We saw the possibility of significant implications and impairments in long supply chain and being dependent on basic things outside of your jurisdiction. So we believe that there is great opportunity in food. Irish potato, Jamaica produces about 85% of the Irish potato that we consume now, and we can look towards producing surpluses in that. We can look towards producing surpluses in onions. You heard about the Jamaican patties, and there is that great opportunity for contract manufacturing and for setting up operations in other parts of the Caribbean that can make Jamaican patties. We have competitive advantages in growing certain crops in Jamaica as they do in Trinidad, and we can share best practices in those areas. So there is that opportunity. Another opportunity that I believe that has not been exploited enough for inter-Caribbean trade is really the original equipment manufacturing, contract manufacturing, which will support logistics outsourcing. They do very well in Costa Rica, Singapore, Ireland, Mexico in original equipment manufacturing. We have a little bit of that here in Jamaica, in Montego Bay Free Zone, where we have a UL-certified laboratory production facility there that produces Lexmark printers for distribution in the US and other markets. So we have the expertise, and this really does not require much heart. I'm reaching out to Heart Trust, and I have to declare I also sit on the Heart Board, to develop the kind of skill sets that are required to work in that field. All it requires is high school education and dexterity. And so that's another field area that I believe that we can support inter-CARICOM trade. Currently, most of our trading is with the US and Canada and Europe to some extent. But there is a great opportunity to exploit and to build out inter-CARICOM trade. We must first start with the distribution hubs, though, to enhance the supply chain and to harmonize a system that will facilitate that kind of trade.
Well, thank you very much, Gloria. I found this fascinating, and we were preparing and speaking about what we were going to discuss beforehand, and it's been brilliant to hear some additional thoughts you guys had. I guess from my side, I think it's clear to echo what the Prime Minister said this morning. Logistics is the next frontier of investment in Jamaica. We have exciting new capacity that's come online. We have the logistics park that was mentioned. And this sort of infrastructure is crucial when we're going to be looking toward, or businesses looking towards solving some of those supply chain issues that Santiago has outlined. I wonder, just for the audience, before we go to lunch, whether you guys could share just a few main takeaways for them as they mull over the morning session. So, Santiago, can you go first?
Really short, because I know you're hungry, and the supply chain will allow us to go for our lunch. No, it is pretty simple. Technology is there, it's available, and it's ready to use. It is not like 10 years ago when we have to do great investments in technology. Now we have cutting-edge technology really available for all companies and specifically for Jamaica. So I would keep like this.
And Gloria?
We have to exploit capacities, and we have the Cayman Special Economic Zone, and there's a pitch for that later, which presents tremendous opportunity to grow in the logistics space and to grow manufacturing, BPO and other services, healthcare and other services. And I think, again, we really have to do better in inter-CARICOM trade. Perhaps they can learn from ITEL BPO, Yanni. Yanni, set up ITEL right here in Jamaica and is now operating in 9 countries. And, it shows, how we can move a successful entity from one CARICOM country into another and drive success in that country. And I think that we really need to exploit the opportunities, and we must do all that we can to achieve that 25 by 25. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. Wishing you a wonderful lunch, and thanks for listening.
Well said, well done. Thank you so very much, Alex Irwin Hunt, for being an impeccable moderator, to Gloria Henry and Santiago Duque for being our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already registered for the B2B meetings, please go ahead and do so using the event platform. And as Gloria mentioned, we have our pitch platform, our pitches that will be taken later on. I can't wait to see what those pitches are. Lunch is now being served. When you exit the building right here, make your way outside. I'm sure we will have escorts and runners on the outside to get you to the hall where you will dine. We will see you back at about 2:30, 2:35. Thank you so very much.
We at LinkedIn are delighted to announce our partnership with GSS in the rollout of their GSS Talent Hub. The GSS Talent Hub is going to foster an accelerated connection between job offer and demand and bring economic opportunity and growth.
to remember. But when everything is coming back to me, I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Go on.
keeps coming back to me. I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Go on. Oh, wait a minute.
keeps coming back to me. I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know. try to remember. But when everything is coming back to me, I feel as if my memory is paralyzed.
Now let's see. What is the last thing you can remember?
I don't know.
Go on. Wait a minute.
as numerous strategic initiatives are being realized in tandem. The utilization of special economic zones and corresponding incentives and the nearshore advantage all reinforce the opportunity to establish satellite manufacturing operations in Jamaica. Our moderator for this evening, or this afternoon rather, always funky, always fresh, is the one and only Imega Breeze McNabb, Executive Director, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica. For those of you who do not know her, she's known for her extensive experience in building membership organizations through partnerships and for her innovative skills in fostering constructive relationships among stakeholders. She's also a fashionista. And after today, after all the photos have been taken, she will not be able to wear this blouse or those pants or those shoes again. I will humbly take them off of her hands. Her panelists for this afternoon, the one and only William Mahfood, Chairman, Wisynco Group. Mr. Mahfood is the leader of a leading Jamaican company in the manufacturing, distribution, and retail of beverages, agro-processed, and consumer products. Probably, if you're drinking a water, you would have already come into contact with a product that is akin to William Mahfood. Jeffrey Hall is another man who needs no introduction, CEO, Jamaica Producers Group. Mr. Hall is credited with leading a turnaround of JP through diversification and growth of the group in Europe and the Americas. Love my banana chips and my plantain chips and all kind of chips. Last but not least, we have Eunice Gentles Riley, Finance Director, Red Stripe. We can't come to Jamaica without getting your cold bottle of Red Stripe. She's a dynamic finance professional with over 19 years of working experience in finance in the fast-moving consumer group industry. Her expertise includes strategic planning, financial reporting, and analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, this is panel discussion number 3, Manufacturing, a Solution to Global Supply Chain Challenges.
Thank you, Terry. We can just exchange our clothes. All right, good. I'm getting a seat here. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, and I'm just gonna continue on the food part of things and the drink thing. So who's planning to have a Red Stripe beer in the next 2 days? Raise your hand. That's it, come on again. Who's drinking some Red Stripe beer in the next 2 days? Fantastic. Who'll be having some Tortuga rum cake? The best rum cake ever, right? Picking up some back on the way home, right, at the airport. And then after all of that, because you want to drink responsibly and you want to wash down the rum cake, you're going to have some water, right? Not water, you know. We're going to have some water. All right, so some regional and globally recognized brands. So I want to ask, as true Jamaican companies, how have you been able to build these brands? Starting with you, William.
Yes, thank you, Omega, and thank you very much to Jampro for having me here on this panel with such distinguished speakers. So, as a Jamaican, wholly owned Jamaican company, Wisynco, over the years, started actually in manufacturing. And since 1965, we have been primarily manufacturers of, initially, plastics and disposables. And we moved into beverages and investments in agriculture and agro-processing in the last, since 1996, so about 25 years. One of the things that we've identified is that there is a tremendous amount of opportunity over the years to displace imports. So Jamaica, the market for a lot of the products that we manufacture was basically imported products. And today, I think you've seen a tremendous uplift in local manufacturing to displace a lot of that and create very, very high quality branded items, similar to the, as you mentioned, some of the brands earlier, but similar to those international brands and local and regional brands at a very, very high quality and standard. And that's what I think all of us on this panel have basically been able to do. And as I said, as Jamaican companies, very committed to the development of the nation as well.
Thank you, William. Eunice, building the Red Stripe brand.
Oh, yes. And I cannot agree anymore about how we as a brand, as a company, are looking to build and develop Jamaica as well. The Red Stripe brand is quite synonymous with brand Jamaica. It's just as iconic. We're just as passionate about the brand. The culture that we stand for is the culture of Jamaica. And I think as a brand, we look to our consumers here in the local market and say, this is the brand that stands with you, for you, and we welcome you into that brand wholeheartedly. So I think it's more about that connection that we continue to have with our local consumers, but also about how we've managed to move beyond the shores of Jamaica. As a country, we bat and we box above our weight limit. And so like the country Jamaica, as a Red Stripe brand, we want to do that as well. So we establish ourselves here locally, but we also make sure on the export market we continue to do well.
Fantastic. Jeffrey, beyond the shores of Jamaica, it's about exports and partnerships. And I call you the guru of mergers and acquisitions. So tell us, how have you been able to build this Jamaican iconic company?
I think I would second the comments that were made by William and Denise. But let me just emphasize a few specific things. The first is that, to your point, Omega, there is an opportunity to acquire businesses that are at a certain level operating in Jamaica, but have the potential to be global as well. And I think the story of Red Stripe is one example. In addition, I think, as William mentioned, the Jamaican consumer being relatively close to North America and having access to North American media markets has an expectation of things Jamaican, maybe snacks made with local starches or flavors that they've grown accustomed to, but they have an expectation that it's packaged and presented and marketed at a global standard. And so companies that are prepared to make that investment can have a conversation that's profitable with the Jamaican consumer. And they'll bring a point of difference as well. And then the third thing that I think is important for this group to pay attention to, particularly when you look at the GDP numbers over the last year, in which agriculture has bounced back on the order of 15%. And part of that narrative is the fact that there are indeed linkages with tourism. And the linkages are the level of consumption, but they also, to your point, Omega, connect local brands to global consumers. And Tortuga would be an example of that, and I think there are other examples here.
All right, so we're all using one mic. Thank God COVID is over. All right, so you mentioned profitability, and we can't talk about manufacturing. We're talking about the input costs, production costs, having the right labor. So I wanted to find out from each of you. We know we talk about energy in Jamaica and the affordability of energy. What would you have done in each of your company to address your input costs, in particular energy, and also acquiring and retaining the proper talent and skill set that you need?
So an excellent point, Omega. And I mean, in our case, we were talking earlier about this very issue. We have been able to reduce our energy costs by about 50% through both solar and LNG primary power. So we are still grid tied as a company, and therefore do use JPS, the local utilities, but continue to invest in energy reduction strategies and energy conservation strategies. In addition to that, over the course of, during the last year, when I would say the worst of the supply challenges, existed globally, we also were able to identify the necessary raw materials, manufacturing spare parts and equipment, and have much larger inventory levels on island in order to ensure that there was going to be sufficient supplies to be able to meet the needs. We saw a huge lift in starting back in about March of this year in tourism. I think this summer was one of the best tourist summers that we've ever had, and that's continuing into the remainder of this year. Those customers, those, as Jeffrey mentioned, the need to have those products available, because we are also looking to the international markets with our brands, as is Tortuga and Red Stripe. So we have to have those products available to the tourist markets. So we've made every effort to ensure that we had the supplies available.
Good, thank you. When you say input costs and cost of production, you're calling my name right there as with my finance hat on. And I think one of the things, I think 4 key things that we were taught in this whole COVID period. One, we always grew up hearing, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I think as a company, whilst we were planning ahead, it wasn't, I can't say for sure that we were planning as far ahead, or realizing that we also need to plan in scenarios. So you have your annual plan and you set that in place with an input cost expected, and then of course things go haywire because there's this global pandemic. And so it has taught us, and what we've done differently is now looked at scenario planning. What do we proactively do to prepare for instances like this? And if the worst becomes the worst, or worser as we would say in Jamaica, what do we do reactively to make sure that we still maintain a certain cost level so that we're competitive, so that our consumers can still afford our brands here locally, as well as we can compete on the global market. The energy crisis has only worsened since the situation in Ukraine. And that is an area that we are looking to even do better at in terms of keeping our energy costs down. So we have our own combined heat and power plant on site that we invested in some years ago. But now we're looking at how we become flexible in our energy sourcing. Is it LNG? Is it LPG? Is it diesel? Depending on what we see as the most cost-effective approach versus tying ourselves only into one sourcing for energy. We're also looking at sustainability. That's a big agenda for us as Red Stripe and as Heineken. So by 2030, we have to be at zero carbon in production. And that means that we're now focusing quite heavily on how we move into solar or biogas. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. Planning better, further ahead, more in scenarios, as well as looking at what we can do as alternative sourcing for both our input costs and our energy.
Jeffrey?
On the subject of energy, I think that at the policy and macro level, there is a drive to diversify the energy sources, including renewables. And then, as was discussed earlier, and I won't repeat, at the micro level, enterprises, particularly those with some scale, do have some flexibility to energy. What I would say is that at this moment in time, I would not describe energy costs as a comparative advantage for Jamaica. And for me as an investor, there are 2 things that are relevant. The first is, if you see an opportunity to introduce energy solutions for Jamaica, the time is now, particularly renewables. And I think that's a conversation that we should have. But I also want to emphasize a number of areas in which Jamaica has an explicit comparative advantage that don't necessarily rely on an advantage in energy. And those have to do with nearshoring, broadly defined, and we can have that conversation.
Okay, fantastic. Jeffrey, you take me to the next topic area now. You spoke about policy and the environment. So we've heard the ministers, the Prime Minister said it's a Minister of Business. We're looking at the ease of doing business in Jamaica. You are all in different markets operating. How do you find it comparatively when you talk about the incentives for manufacturing and just the business environment overall?
Yeah, and I think I want to also add something just to Jeffrey's point. There are some other things that are tremendous competitive advantages for Jamaica as a destination for manufacturing. One is, especially in the agro or agro-processing space, we can grow products year-round. Both of our companies are involved in pineapple farming, and we've both expanded, and we were talking about it earlier, that there is still a lot more need, even domestically, for locally grown pineapples. So that's a product that can be grown year-round, and also has opportunities to further process for international markets. Also, where we are from a nearshore point of view, more importantly, to ship to markets like Europe and the United States. The cost to ship from Jamaica to those markets, and Jeffrey is much more knowledgeable on this topic, but because of the containers being repositioned, there is significantly lower cost to ship into those markets. And then finally, for the US especially, we are a part of the CBI program, Caribbean Basin Initiative, which has certain requirements for inputs into the manufacturing process, but allows Jamaican manufactured goods to go duty-free into the United States. And that, I think, is another significant advantage. So on the basis of real competitive advantages, I think if you looked at Jamaica from the point of view of having those, I agree with Jeffrey, as an investor, I wouldn't invest in Jamaica looking at the energy costs or comparative advantage, but on some of the other areas. And also our labor is very, very good, highly skilled labor. We do have some needs, and I'm sure everybody has heard that there is, but this is a global phenomenon. There are needs for a lot of technical skilled people. I'm going to ask the nice lady to answer the question, though.
I realize that. Yes, let me have a go and see what comes out of it. When we think about doing business in Jamaica, and having listened to what the ministers have said earlier, and what the panelists before us have said as well, it is clear that we are setting ourselves up to be the right place for investment in manufacturing. Both panelists mentioned agri. I didn't see cassava on the screen when we spoke about Jampro, and that is one of the areas, because insourcing, I think we have to become a lot more deliberate about insourcing, nearshoring, local production, because those are the things that will really set us apart and give us that competitive advantage in Jamaica when we talk about producing at the most efficient cost and most effectively. But I think we are on that journey. We are not quite there yet. And I especially want to talk about our labor force as well, because there is where I find that as a manufacturer, looking to deliver our goods, that is a struggle for us, as we have seen what some people have termed a brain drain to other countries. So something just like drivers, where we see Canada advertising for drivers to come there to work, we have a struggle with that as a manufacturer, trying to deliver our goods to our customers. When we talk about what happened during COVID on our production line, where some production workers, some of our supply chain staff members could not come in. So we have to talk about multi-skilling and upskilling our labor force as well. And the last one I'll mention is around, again, the sustainability agenda. Are we as a country already on that journey, or well on the way to putting incentives in place for companies to do the right thing where sustainability is concerned? It's a costly investment, but it's the right thing to do. And so I think our policies, our infrastructure, our legislation also has to back that.
Fantastic. Moving towards a humane economy through manufacturing, right, Jeffrey? Your company truly represents the ESG and working to improve that. But I wanted to touch on it, Jeffrey. You started the opportunities in manufacturing and other linked opportunities to other sectors. So as a producer of Tortuga rum cakes, you're also owner of the Kingston Wharves. How do you see the outlook for Jamaica and the region as a potential nearshore and manufacturing and distribution hub?
Omega, for those who heard the Prime Minister's speech this morning, he kind of animated it with this idea that, we're not number one now, we're number 10 on some dimension, and then we're going to work and become number 5, and then number 3, and then number 1. And what was interesting to me was that he described a journey. And so let's start in this conversation by comparing ourselves, let's say, with the Caribbean, countries that touch the Caribbean Sea. And let's ask ourselves how Jamaica is differentiated. Amega, you mentioned in the first instance logistics. The fact is, we have unambiguously, collectively, the largest transshipment terminal in the Caribbean islands. So that means that not only is it a hub, which means that the cost of restituting containers to large global markets is cheaper, but that we also have direct links to perhaps 40 or 50 countries. And that's a very special thing relative to other Caribbean countries. We have currency convertibility. It's a big difference relative to a couple of our peers in the Southern Eastern Caribbean. I'm not going to name names, but it means something. The PPP program, meaning the commitment to private enterprise at our seaports and our airports and our toll roads and our water, is a differentiating factor. The fact that our domestic market, relative to many other Caribbean jurisdictions, is material, is significant, makes the difference. The fact that we have a commitment to fiscal sustainability, and so you don't have an expectation of dramatic swings in tax policy, means something, I think, for manufacturers who are going to make long-term investments. The fact that we've made very significant and quite interesting moves to have a diverse capital market, with entrepreneurs actually knowing, young entrepreneurs knowing that they can access a capital market when they reach a point where they want to realize an investment on the local equity markets. And then, of course, as William mentioned, our access to very large nearby markets in which our labor pool is relatively competitive and available relative to our peers in the Caribbean. I think those things make a difference.
Thanks, Jeffrey. So in wrapping up, based on the growth that we're seeing in all the other sectors, what do you see for your own companies in terms of capacity expansion?
And our information is public. We're a publicly traded company. With Cinco's financial year closed in June, we grew 26% year over year. This past quarter, September, the company grew 30%, and we're putting in close to 5 billion Jamaican dollars, about 35 million US of investment over the next two years. We will increase our overall production capacity by somewhere between 35 to 40%. And a lot of that is going to be for the domestic market, because the Prime Minister, or I think it was, it was the Prime Minister, I think this morning spoke about the investments that are coming in the tourism sector. I think 3 to 5 years, somewhere in the region of 5,000 new hotel or 8,000 new hotel rooms are being built. Those hotels need pineapples, they need red stripe beer, and they need water, especially water. And so we're building the capacity not only for the domestic market, but also to expand into the international markets. And as a company, today, we're growing our exports at 50 to 60% year over year during COVID, because we saw that as a need for more foreign exchange earnings. So I think the opportunities for growth in Jamaica, for expansion in manufacturing, especially in agro and agro processing, are tremendous, like we have never seen in our lifetime.
Thank you.
For Red Stripe, I mean, already as of 2021, we were growing relative to pre-pandemic in terms of our volume growth, and we don't plan to stop there. So the trajectory for us remains positive, and we plan to grow in the local market as well as grow in export. We are expanding capacity, of course, and I think when we speak about capacity, oftentimes we talk about expanding capacity in production, but also we have to expand our logistics capacity, because there is where we struggle to find the right resources, the skilled labor, the trucks that we need to do the deliveries. So we're both increasing our line capacity as well as making sure that we are buying more trucks, we are investing in the talent to bring the business to our customers and consumers, and we're making sure that we are prepared for the growth that we see coming both locally in terms of our domestic consumers or tourists, which, as William said, will increase over the next year or so, even more significantly than we're seeing it today, as well as to make sure that we continue to increase productivity so that we are competitive on the global scale.
Thank you. Jeffrey?
I don't know if you guys know about how securities law works, but you have to be very careful about what you say in public. But I'm just going to say something, and hopefully you won't repeat it. Our earnings are up too, and we're up maybe 37% year to date, but I want to talk about from an investment standpoint. William always wins on the earnings, but from an investment standpoint, we're doing some very significant things in Jamaica. We're doing our berth expansion at Kingston Wharves, which is supposed to serve logistics, about a $30 million US project. We're rebuilding cold storage, another $20 million US. But we're doing a deal which has been in the public domain. And I want to mention it because a big focus of Jamaican enterprises that invest capital was to figure out how we could do everything we want to do outside of Jamaica. And that was the conversation. How can I put money in the UK or somewhere else, US, somewhere else? And the deal that we're going to do, that company had changed its name. And the deal we're going to do is going to bring us together with this enterprise, which is in the public domain, which will then have a very substantial investment footprint in this country. And it'll be hotels and real estate and, of course, Kingston Wharves and farming and you name it. But at the center of the name will be the word Jamaica again. Because as far as we're concerned, this is the opportunity right now.
Thank you. So I want to thank the panelists. Thank you for listening in today. And there you have it. Look no further. Jamaica, the manufacturing sector, we are open for investment. Thank you.
I know that we had lunch just before this panel discussion, but I know we can do a better job than that. Job well done. I'd like to thank my moderator, Amiga. Fantastic job at just getting the questions and getting the right answers. The panelists were concise but precise. To William Mafood, thank you so very much. Keep up the good job. I'm a proud shareholder. I love to get those updates when the company is doing fantastic. Love to get those dividends. No, that's what you talk about, making good investment, right? Making your money work for you. All right, there we go. So that was panel discussion number 3. And again, just reminding you, if you haven't already, please ensure that you've registered for the B2B meetings that will be taking place outside of this room, down the hall. And the pitch platforms come up right after this. Now, our exhibitors who are located in the back room to the right, Jampro, IDB, JSESA, and GSS, can't wait to see you and to speak with you. And speaking of GSS, I understand that there is a video because we have an announcement.
To foster an accelerated connection between job offer and demand and bring economic opportunity and growth to Jamaica.
At Link 10, enabling economic opportunity at scale is our job. We want to connect every member of the professional workforce in the world to opportunity. To help tackle this mammoth task, we use artificial intelligence to assist with everything from finding our members the right job openings to surfacing better candidates for our customers. With AI, we're able to efficiently sort through the massive amount of data we have. Job postings, people you may want to connect with, feed content, and more. And align recommendations with members' interests.
We at LinkedIn are delighted to announce our...
We'd like to announce our... partnership with? Okay, so I believe what we were going to hear is that GSS is announcing their partnership with LinkedIn. And that's a very big deal. I believe that that is what that announcement is. As we speak about investment and we speak about upskilling and upscaling and the workforce, of course, everyone knows that LinkedIn is a place where you find such skill. Therefore, if GSS has actually partnered with LinkedIn, then that is a fantastic partnership, and we wish them all the... Okay, I was wondering if something else was going to come up. We wish them all the best. Panel discussion number 4, tourism. A conversation on the future of global tourism. We can't wait to jump into this one. The strength and resilience of Jamaica's tourism product was reinforced by the swift recovery of the sector from the COVID-19 pandemic, currently ranked among the highest globally. As the world emerges, there is a new future of tourism, as discerning travelers desire immersive experiences of culture and wellness. And Jamaica presents real and unique investment opportunities in this space. This discussion will feature one of Jamaica's post-pandemic investors and the Minister of Tourism and other panelists as they discuss how Jamaica aligns with the future demands of tourism. Our moderator for this discussion is Viola Cowan, Senior Editor, Investment Monitor. She has extensive knowledge of the institutional investment world and has focused on fund investments both in infrastructure and across other asset classes at a global level since the beginning of her career in 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator. We welcome Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Minister with our portfolio, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. In his role as Minister with our portfolio, he has responsibility for the portfolios of water, environment, climate change, and the blue and green economy. He's also a campionite. Ladies, and for those of you who might be foreigners, we went to the same high school. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator the Honorable Matthew Samuda. Our other panelist, Marie Mackenzie, Senior Vice President, Government and Destination Affairs, Carnival Corporation. Miss Mackenzie has over 26 years of experience in the cruise industry. As the VP, Government and Destination Affairs, she leads the company in its largest cruise market, which encompasses over 27 countries and more than 57 ports that are regularly visited by the company's brands, carrying as many as 10 million annual cruise guests. This is Marie Mackenzie. Fernando Fernandez, VP Development, Apple Leisure Group. Mr. Fernandez leverages over 3 decades of experience in hotel operations, consultancy, and development to accelerate the Apple Leisure Group's expansion goals in key markets. This is Fernando Fernandez. And last but not least, a man who certainly needs no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Adam Stewart, Executive Chairman, Sandals Resorts International. Mr. Stewart is the dynamic executive chairman of Sandals Resorts International, the parent company of the world's most recognized super brands of luxury all-inclusive resorts, including adult, couples-only Sandals Resorts and family-friendly beaches resorts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is panel discussion number 4, tourism, a conversation on the future of global tourism.
Welcome, everybody. And thanks to Jampo for inviting me to moderate this panel on the future of global tourism on behalf of Investment Monitor. And thank you very much to all the panelists for joining me on stage. So tourism has certainly been one of the sectors that has suffered the most from the pandemic. In terms of international visitor spending, only in 2020, I think the expectation was that billions, if not trillions, in export revenues would be completely wiped out. 2021 was a bit of a better year in that travel bans were lifted, but Investment Monitor FDI projects database still recorded a 9.4% dip in new greenfield FDI projects in tourism globally. However, by all accounts, it sounds like Jamaica is quite literally a happy island in this context. We've heard from the Prime Minister and from the Vice President at JAMPRO how it bounced back when it comes to tourism, and how both in terms of arrivals and spending, there's been a massive jump in summer this year. So the future sounds indeed very promising for Jamaica and the tourism sector. And in general, I would say with all crises come opportunities. And so we are going to discuss very much about how a type of greener and more sustainable tourism may be the way forward for the tourism sector. And we've, Terry just talked about how, travelers are looking for experience and unique experience. And again, Jamaica sounds like very well positioned in that space to attract investors' interest. To begin with, however, although we're going to look very much at the future, I think it's worth, I wanted to pose a question to all of the panelists, and to help me paint a picture of how, the COVID pandemic has hit your sectors, and what contingency plans you have put in place just to prove, the strength and possibly the resilience of the sector itself. So, Marie, maybe you want to start by telling us what the experience has been at Carnival Corporation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to JAMPRO for this opportunity. When I heard about this panel, I had other plans, but there's no way a discussion like this should happen in Jamaica and cruise not be represented. So I'm happy to be here. I clearly remember exactly where I was March 13th, 2020, when the industry came to a complete halt. And if someone told me a day before that could possibly happen in our business, I would say absolutely not. We felt that this could really, we just felt this would go by, we would figure this out. But once this happened, and I'm sure this is, everyone in this room probably knew the real impact that it had on cruise. The fact that we are regulated by the CDC, cruise was just not a priority to restart at all. They were focused on everything else besides cruise. It was considered a nice to have, it's just tourism. But the business came to a complete halt, and we had to figure out how to get crew home. We had many destinations that would not take their nationals back. And then after that, we had to think about how can we restart this business in a safe way that made people want to get back on a ship. And not only did we have to do that with the CDC, but now we had to start thinking of our destination partners like Jamaica. Every island, every country across the globe had their own idea of what would be required for a ship to enter that country. So it made it extremely difficult when you're on an itinerary and every destination has its own set of requirements for you to enter that country. But we went on a complete pause and had to rethink our business. And with absolutely no cash coming in, no cash at all, we had to go out and get funding to survive over the 2-year period that it took us before we started operating again. So I'll pause there.
Thank you. So maybe Mr. Fernando, would you like to add your experience?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, JAMPRO, for inviting us to be in this amazing investment conference at Summit. I want to start by saying that I disagree with the Prime Minister. The best coffee is not only Jamaican, it's also Colombian. I'm Colombian, so anyway. Well, yeah, as I think that all the industry, tourism has been a great performer, but with the pandemic, we really were in shock. First time we were facing a situation like this, and the solution was not in our hands, like for anybody else. So we had to wait until there were the governments, and it was a chain of actors that will allow the recovery in the industry, because it was not up to us. It was also up to the airlines that decided to start flying back to the destinations. It was up to the governments that decided to open their countries and with some restrictions. So it was a very difficult situation. But what we did with Jamaica was that the government acted very rapidly and provided the best solutions that were out there. I mean, it was very uncertain. Nobody knew really what to do. It was a lot of governments were accused by not acting properly, but in my mind, it's like it's a very difficult situation that you can never deal with, and you just try different options. But Jamaica tried, and it worked. So we were able to reopen our hotels. We have around 1,500 rooms in Jamaica, and we were able to open our hotels in a very short period of time and start the recovery. And thankfully, resorts have proved to be very resilient to these kind of situations. And right now, we are living an amazing time. I mean, all this frustration, all these savings that people did because they were not able to travel, they were not able to do anything. So now we're enjoying that post-pandemic reaction. People want to travel, people want to have a holiday, vacation, they want to forget about that nightmare. So we are enjoying that, and the industry has been in a very good position for the last couple of years.
Thank you. And Adam, from somebody who's based in Jamaica but has an international brand, what was your experience during the pandemic?
I mean, good afternoon, everybody. And for those not from Jamaica, welcome to Jamaica. Similar to what's been said already, 2019 was the single best year for tourism and travel globally in the history of aviation and people traveling. All of us, like Marie said, remember where we were. We remember the Prime Minister standing on national television saying that the borders of the country were going to be closed. These are inconceivable things to happen in the year 2020. I think to not repeat what's already been said, because we all know that it was absolutely horrific. What it showed, and for the first time ever, certainly in my years, and I don't think anything like this has ever happened before, is you saw the connectivity and the maturity of Jamaica's democracy. You saw the trust and the respect between public and private sector come together in a way that we'd probably never seen before. And it proved to us that we can solve any problem that we have, either as a country or as a region, if we come together. None of us had a crystal ball. None of us had a magic wand. None of us knew more than we knew at the time. The information was being disseminated, drip-fed. And the kind of collaboration, the kind of working relationship that Jamaica demonstrated, the type of responsibility in the decisions, as our Prime Minister said earlier, balancing lives and livelihoods. Factually speaking, Jamaica made a lot of very, very good decisions very swiftly. And that allowed the country to reopen in a safe way. Certainly those of us in tourism. Tourism is 350,000 people directly and indirectly in Jamaica. It's 50% of our foreign exchange. It's 35-ish% of our GDP directly and indirectly. It's substantial. And we had to reopen and reopen quickly to keep our farmers, our fishers, our taxi drivers, our tour operators, our restaurateurs, the whole ecosystem of tourism moving again. But if you hear nothing, sandals is only a small part of the market share in Jamaica, even though we are the largest hotel operator in Jamaica. It's not what sandals experienced, it's what we all went through together. And collectively, it was the first time that the cruise ships and the land-based were working, the way the airlines, we were working with companies like the Wynn Corporation and Disney, and everyone came together. Jamaica was a microcosm of what was taking place in the Caribbean. The Caribbean was a microcosm, of what was taking place worldwide. And we came together in a way that showed that, when there's a big enough problem, people can set aside competitive tensions and work to the greater good. And I think I'd like to see a lot more of that as we move forward.
Thank you. Minister Samuda, so we've heard extensively about how the government has reacted appropriately to COVID-19. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go to you with a bit more of a forward-looking question. And I mentioned how one of the way forward for the tourism industry globally, but also in Jamaica, is a type of greener and more sustainable tourism. I'd like to hear from you how the government sees this space and how Jamaica is positioned at the moment to get into this space.
Thank you for that question. If I may, just for 60 seconds, just reflect on where we've come from. The Prime Minister was clear earlier. Good governance matters. Good management of your macroeconomic affairs matters, but also having a good government matters. The decisions made during the traumatic period from the onset of COVID is why we've been able to recover. It's why we're able to sit here today. The collaboration, the spirit of partnership that would have existed during all sectors or all subsectors of the tourism industry, along with the varying elements and areas of government, I think is why tourism has rebounded in the way that it has. And Adam would have quoted the numbers a while ago, and I think that should tell us just how much tourism has recovered if Jamaica is able to recover its macroeconomic position. Now, that aside, the challenges that we faced pre-COVID, which is environmental degradation, the impact of climate change hasn't subsided. And the tourism industry is both a contributor and one of the industries at greatest risk from climate change and environmental degradation. Those challenges didn't subside. In fact, when you look at the current rate of emissions, the current rate of environmental degradation, the current rate of pollution, that hasn't subsided. In fact, with the economic recovery that we're seeing globally, it's actually picked up pace. So the industry is actually at greater risk than it was in 2019. But it's not from the cataclysmic Category 5 hurricanes, it's from slow onset events. It's the slow onset events that eat our beaches alive, that kill our coral reefs, that diminish our fish populations, that really create the sorts of issues that we have because of saltwater intrusion. So I think it's particularly timely that as a part of our investment strategy, JAMPRO and the Ministry of Investment, Industry, Investment and Commerce saw fit to include today the issue of greening of the tourist sector. Now you have some of the more responsible parties here, to be fair to them, but we do have to have a collective look, looking at how we work together in COVID to ensure we're able to reopen, to really look at the way forward. We have a lot of legacy infrastructure, not just buildings. We have the piers, we have the attractions, we have the airports. All of them are at risk because of what we face. We have a lot of work to do to ensure that we de-risk those investments that have been made. And we also have to have the conversations with our investors that, yes, we want you to invest at a rate that you never have before because Jamaica is the #1 location for you to put your money. But we have to do so in a manner that understands resilience. So our Minister Bartlett speaks resilience, I think, into every sentence once the opportunity arises. But it's real. We have to invest in a way that leads to resilience. We have to invest in a way that understands that our footprint cannot continue the rate of degradation. Because at the end of the day, sea level rise will eat our beaches. Sewage discharge will destroy our reefs. It will destroy our fish populations. And we've been selling sun, sand, and sea for the last 3 decades. So we need to protect that sun, sand, and sea.
Thank you. And I'm wondering, how these themes of sustainability and adaptability even, and a greener and more sustainable tourism translate into your business plans, like from a more, on the ground business perspective. Marie, would you like to touch on that?
So one thing that COVID did was, as we tried to get to a more efficient way of operating, today we have a fleet of 91 ships globally. So Carnival Corporation actually has 9 brands globally, 8 of which cruise in the Caribbean region. And so now we have 91 ships, but during COVID, we got rid of 23 less efficient older ships. And we also added 9 more efficient ships. So today we have a team, and I shared this with Minister Samuda earlier, we have a team that's completely focused on sustainability and us meeting our carbon emissions goals as well. And in general, we're looking at many different renewable energy options, shore power. We just completed testing biofuel sources, three tests that we've done that were successful, where we didn't have to make modifications to our ships for that fuel to work, alleviating the use of fossil fuels. So as a company, not only are we actively working through different areas to move more into the renewable energy space to achieve our own goals, but the actual ships that we're building as well is supporting that goal. Today we have coming to Jamaica about just over 500,000 guests that come to Jamaica now. In the future, looking at our trajectory, we saw at least through 24, it may be a few less calls of ships, but the passenger counts are even greater because the ships are bigger. So a lot of people think the bigger the ship, the more unfriendly it is to the environment, but it's actually quite the opposite because of the technology that we're investing in our ships today.
Thank you, Marie. And Fernando, I know that your Breathless and Secrets projects here in Jamaica have recently completed, and I wondered if you could talk us through that experience and if any of it had, taken into consideration this more sustainable and green aspect to the tourism sector.
Yeah, well, actually, we have 3 different brands in Jamaica. Well, I have to say 5 brands. Now we're part of Hyatt. Hyatt acquired Apology Group last November. So now we are, Siva and Silara become part of the brands that we are representing now. So we have Secrets, Breathless, Soetri, Siva, and Silara. And obviously we cannot talk about tourism anymore. We need to talk about sustainable tourism. And when you talk about sustainability, you talk about 4 different characters, 4 different actors, which is the consumer that wants to stay in a more sustainable hotel. They want to see that you recycle. They want to see very basic things, but they want to see that you are doing something. Then you need to talk about the destination, how to keep the destination in its beauty. I mean, the Caribbean is successful because the people, but also because of the beauty of the Caribbean. And you also need to think about the locals. What are we doing for the society, for the local society? And then finally, you need to think about the environment, which is very important. So those are 4 things or 4 different actors that we need to keep in mind, and we are keeping in mind now every time that we develop a new project. Being part of Hyatt International that has very strong laws and politics about social and environmental governance, we need to follow those politics. We were doing a lot before this acquisition, but now with Hyatt, we are obviously unifying what we were doing with what they are doing and getting better in terms of thinking on a sustainable tourism every time that we come up with a new project, a new destination.
Thank you. And Adam, how about Sandals Resorts? What's your sustainable and green investment policy at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, you can answer this question a few different ways. I can answer it with my Jamaica hat on and Caribbean hat, or I can answer it from a business point of view and a consumer point of view. So there's no question that the consumer today is demanding more, regarding a lighter footprint across the board. So they want to see, as Fernando has said, they want to see the companies that they're doing business with do more. It also changes depending on the segment that you're in. So, the world kind of understands the 1-star to 5-star rating. If you're in the 5-star level, 4.5, 4, consumers are more exposed, they're more worldly, they have higher expectations, they want to see more. From a company point of view, having a solid environmental program and platform in place is good business. Our first hotel was certified in 1998 by Green Globe then, which is now EarthCheck. So this is not new to our company, and I think it's fair to say that we're probably the furthest ahead of any of the big brands in the Caribbean in terms of developments. If I move it a little bit further to the hat that I like to wear the most, which is the kind of Team Jamaica, Team Caribbean hat, our superpower is a few things in tourism. And underpinning it beyond our people is what the Almighty created and the beauty of its natural environment. And if we lose the natural environment, be it the mountains, the rivers, the sand, the sea, the beaches, then we're in a sea of sameness with the rest of the world. We'll always have our people, and that's a fascinating part and probably the most fascinating part of the culture. But separately, the gifts that we were given that drive consumers and create consumer demand to come to this part of the world revolve around the natural beauty and the people, and those two things colliding. So I think it goes without saying that as we really get into the maturity side of developing our tourism platform, tourism is no longer in its infancy in Jamaica, that we have a responsibility and a duty as investors to be operating at the highest environmental standards. And those standards can go anywhere from photovoltaic and solar and renewables to heat recovery of pools, pumps, and it can walk back into, in my company, we have for 30 years treated our sewage and taking treated sewage water and watering our landscaping and our gardens. These are all very good business principles, but they're kind of the basics in kind of large-scale hotel development that should be happening to ensure that there is usable water, you're not pulling off from the community around. But ultimately, if we ever lose sight of the fact that the beauty of what it is that we're selling, if we lose sight of protecting that in and through development, then you might have, as the old saying goes, won the battle but lost the war.
Thank you. And maybe one last question on the topic of green and sustainable tourism. Minister Samuda, what do you think are the challenges that Jamaica as a country faces in moving into this space?
So, Jamaica is a developing country. We need an increased rate of investment. We need deployment of capital, and we urgently need big brands to come and execute projects in Jamaica. The challenge for the developing world is to match your development targets against the need for investments, against the need for sustainability. That's the age-old question, especially for the developing world. Jamaica has taken a particular perspective, has approached investment in a manner that I think should give all investors, especially in tourism, a particular level of confidence, especially under this administration. 2016, the government of Jamaica made the decision to forego 2 major investment opportunities. One was in a coal plant in St. Elizabeth, which would have significantly lowered our electricity costs, but would have simultaneously caused deterioration in air quality and caused us to be a net increase, or caused a net increase in emissions, which would have been contrary to our climate change positions. We also simultaneously said that we couldn't take on a port investment despite our great logistics investments, because it would have been deleterious to a very sensitive area in our space. Now, this isn't foregone growth, this is an investment in sustainability. Simultaneously, Jamaica just this year would have completed protection of 78,000 hectares of land, which has the greatest, probably best quality bauxite in the world, in the cockpit country, to ensure that our groundwater was indeed protected. Now, these aren't tree-hugging initiatives. These are investments in sustainability. So this government, with its decisions, has already shown that it will not support investment that is not sustainable. So that should give tourism in particular, I think, a particular fillip to go further. But it doesn't stop there. Our reform of our legislative and policy space is moving apace. Jamaica is a member of the High Ambition Coalition, and as I said, we will protect 30% of our landmass and 30% of our EEZ, and we're currently at 25% of our landmass. We expect to hit 30 by 2025, despite the target being 2030, and we're moving apace to ensure that our marine protected areas also catch up to the target and to the ambition that we've set. And this is not because it sounds good, it's not buzzwords for us, it's real. Jamaica is a small island developing state. Like all developing countries, we are on the front lines of climate change. There's an economic value that can be attached to every inch of our beach. Every inch of our coastline can be valued. We cannot afford to be idly standing by in the climate change space. It is why we've taken particularly aggressive positions. It's why we're very supportive and very active, both with AOSIS and indeed G77, in pushing for a loss and damage fund for climate change. But we haven't said, well, big countries are doing what they're doing, we hope they will do the right things. Jamaica is investing in its coastal resilience. It has launched what is called JSRAT. It's a cute name. We all come up with these names every time we launch something. But it is Jamaica's systemic risk assessment tool. That tool, developed by the University of Oxford, is assessing all of Jamaica's infrastructure for climate risks. So Jamaica will now be investing and putting money behind infrastructure that can stand the test of time. We're evaluating all public infrastructure in energy, in water, in roads, in housing, to ensure that we de-risk investments that have been made. That where there are gaps, we invest to strengthen seawalls. Where you need groins, where you need bigger drains, so that the capital investment already on the ground is protected. But beyond that, to ensure that all of you in this room who are looking to put capital into the ground do so in the right places, to ensure that your investment is protected. So we're doing all the things that we need to do. We've started the conversation on plastics. Jamaica was the first in the Caribbean to ban particular single-use plastics. We've started the conversation for restoration of our reefs. We're investing in our sewage capacity to ensure there's no effluent discharge. We're moving apace. It goes to the benefit, the long-term benefit of the tourism industry. But I think it's important, before I move off, that our existing investors, some on the stage and certainly those to come, we expect them to be good corporate citizens. And they have been. The ones that we have been. The fish sanctuaries that Sanders have done, big deal. The restoration work on the reefs that I know Secrets has done, big deal. The support that we've gotten from Carnival with our small-scale fishers, especially in Ocho Rios, big deal. We have good corporate citizens in Jamaica. What we ask is that those who are to come, and we welcome you, we want you to come now. You're number one on our list, as PM would have said. Do so, but come in your green shirt.
Thank you very much, Minister. So I think I want to move on to explaining why Jamaica is an appealing destination for both foreign and local investors. Maybe Mr. Fernandez, so when did you first enter Jamaica and why, and what potential did you see here as a destination then, and what potential do you see now in expansion terms?
Well, we came to Jamaica. We were looking for a while for the right opportunity to come to Jamaica. At that time, this was 2010. There was only really Sandals operating the all-inclusive or unlimited luxury that we call product in Jamaica. So that was attractive to us that there was only one operator doing this. The other thing was the proximity to the United States, the English language, which Americans feel more comfortable, or North Americans feel more comfortable going to a destination where they speak the language. And the beauty of the island. So we finally found the right partner in 2010, and we opened the Secrets Hotels, 2 different properties, 700 rooms, and the result that we had with that opening, with that property, was amazing. I mean, we did the return on the investment in 3.5 years, which was a record and it is a record for a hotel project. Normally it takes between 7 and 10 years to do the return on your investment, and we did it in Jamaica in 3.5 years. So that shows the acceptance of the destination from the traveler's point of view. And it continues. And I've been hearing in this conference, Jamaica is now ready. I think Jamaica has been ready for a while. I think now all the pieces are there to make Jamaica greater. But Jamaica has been in business for a while. And this was one of the reasons, 4 years ago, we joined JAMPRO to co-host an investment conference, the Chicos Conference, which is the Caribbean Hotel Investment Conference and Operating Summit. And we wanted to bring the conference. It never happened in Jamaica. And we talked to the organizer. He said, why is it not happening in Jamaica? Well, you know, the country, whatever. We decided to join JAMPRO and co-host that conference because we believe in the island and we believe in the potential. Right now, we're looking at least 4 or 5 projects in the island that we hope are going to crystallize and working on that. So the potential is there, as it was 10 years ago, and now more because, again, all the pieces are in the right place to make it greater. So any investment in tourism, not only hotels, but Jamaica has a brand equity that is very particular in the Caribbean. There are many islands in the Caribbean, but Jamaica has a brand equity that needs to take advantage of.
Thank you. And Marie, given Carnival Cruise Line's long association with Jamaica, what is your assessment of the ease of doing business here, and you know, what are your future expansion plans in the region?
So I would definitely like to add to what my colleague just said about Jamaica as a brand. I'll say this, there are 2 very simple things that make Jamaica an easy choice for us, besides the people, the food, etc. One is geography. The Carnival Cruise Line brand that sources out of the United States, they have a fundamental strategy to position their ships in home ports throughout the US that allows at least 50% of their guests to drive to a ship and board a ship. So because of that, their ships coming out of the US, coming down, like I said, whether it's through the Gulf or on the Atlantic side to Jamaica, it's nicely positioned geographically for our itineraries. So Jamaica is appealing in that sense. And then the other reason is the brand Jamaica. I can't tell you, I mean, I travel to all these islands, and a lot of times in speaking with my colleagues in the US, they think every island is Jamaica. Okay, so, you know, that makes it really easy for us to really sell Jamaica. As it relates to the future of Jamaica, I can tell you that we're not leaving Jamaica. we are looking at ways to definitely expand here. I can tell you recently a colleague of mine spoke with at the graduation for CMU, Caribbean Maritime University. We are actively working on hiring more Jamaicans, and not just in hotel jobs, but also in some of our technical engineering jobs, which is why we'd like to partner with CMU. I'm sorry. So when I think of the future of Jamaica, one, we're and I say we because I'm Jamaican, we're nice on the map. And then two, the brand is easy for us to sell. And there's just so much. There's a lot of infrastructure here that allows for further development in product experiences. It's really hard to compare Jamaica to anywhere else in the Caribbean. It really is in terms of what we have to offer. And I can say that because I'm in Jamaica right now, but I'm very careful when I visit our sister nations in the Caribbean. So.
Thank you. And one of the other points that we've heard previously during the conference is how the tourism sector has become even more centered on offering experience and unique experience, and how this is even emerging even stronger from the pandemic. And Adam, obviously, Sandals has been offering unique experiences and luxury experiences to his clients for years. So I thought maybe you could tell us what's the secret of your success in doing that.
Are you streaming this? Look, I think there's no question about it. I mean, people say it, but genuinely, Sandals lives it every day. It's our people. The people of Jamaica, I always joke and say, Jamaica has all of these dances. And culturally, every month there's another dance. And if you go into any high school or prep school or any college or any street dance, any kind of street festival, they know the dances. And hundreds of people are choreographing, and Jamaican people are not normal. Not normal at all. They're big personalities, they're full of life, they love a great time, they skew so far to the right of being naturally happy, irrespective of challenges, that they are infectious, and you want to be around them. And that's why when I went to school in America, I was a very popular kid because I talk weird. And people wanted to come to Jamaica on spring break with me. But because of that, that is the platform that gives you the opportunity to springboard to create whatever it is you want to create. So the magic of Sandals has always been, since 1981, we just celebrated Sunday gone our 41st birthday to the day as a business. It started right here in Montego Bay, Jamaica, with 99 bedrooms, and has grown into what it is today. And the anchor of it has been Jamaica. We've been based out of Montego Bay. We run our worldwide operations for the resorts right here out of Montego Bay. And we've grown in terms of elevated product. As we look forward, all-inclusive is not one thing. The way I do it, and my competitors do it, and other people do it, everybody does it somewhat differently. I think what's fantastic is the raw material of what you can do in Jamaica. So mountains, rivers, beaches, culture, food, athletics, brand Jamaica, as Maurice says, people know who we are. We're fascinating overall. It's for us to put it all in a bow and package it so people can go and explore. In terms of what's going forward, I don't think Jamaica has begun to tap the opportunity around community tourism, around experiential tourism off destination from the Blue Mountains. And Colombia is good, but it's not the best. Almost as good. I think there is so much more to unpack and unfold as a country. Jamaica is a big enough destination that you can spend a 2-week holiday here and not even begin to tap into all of what there is to do. On the other side, I still think we could do better in certain areas. I think our towns need to be cleaner. I think we need to be more ready for all Jamaicans and visitors alike. Overall, I think we need to organize ourselves a little bit better, and I think the Ministry of Tourism is well aware and doing a great job moving towards that overall. But we have to imagine that people that come here and give us the privilege of their hard-earned money have seen the world, and we need to be able to compete on the world stage. And I feel very proud. Sandals is a top 500 brand. It's the only global super brand to ever have come out of the Caribbean. And we've been able to show that we can stand on the world stage. So top 500, meaning you're there with Samsung, Apple, McDonald's, whatever segments they're in, we are in that realm. And if nothing else shows you, our brand should show you that what is from here and of here is able to compete on the world stage, and we're only fine-tuning the diamond every single day.
Thank you very much. I am conscious of time. I am reminded that we have 5 minutes, but I'd still like to go around the panel with a very quick final question. So if you could be very quick and concise and just tell me what's been the most valuable lesson for the tourism sector that's been learned from the COVID pandemic. Minister, yeah, you can go first.
Politician and concise don't usually go together, but the lesson for Jamaica and for all of us here is that collaboration works, partnership works. We can overcome the challenges that we have. There are a number of challenges, and we don't need to skirt around them. What we can assure those on stage, those in the audience, and those who have joined us online is that we're working assiduously and working together with our partners to deal with those challenges. So the environmental challenges, the climatic challenges, the systemic issues that lead to garbage issues, we're investing and working to fix those. So taking the lesson of COVID, we're working with all of our partners to ensure that we are indeed the destination best suited for investment. Has to be green investment, because as we welcome the rest of the world, they are becoming more discerning, and they do want to know that the products that they're engaging with are more sustainable. They do want to know that when they turn on their AC, it is coming from renewable energy. They do want to know that there is a recycling program to use their waste. And Jamaica is putting in place at a rapid rate all of the structures and investments that they need to welcome new investors, to say to older investors who have been with us for 41 years and a little younger that they can sell a sustainable destination. Jamaica will hit 50% of its energy grid being from 50% renewables. We will hit that. We will have sustainable waste management, and all of this will happen before 2030. We will have protected areas that you can tell your guests to go on eco tours, etc. We're ensuring that the product meets the needs of the market. We're ensuring that all of our investors feel that this is indeed their home.
Thank you. And just a word very quickly from the rest of the panel on this.
So my biggest lesson is no matter how big, how large of a corporation we were, how much money we have, we need each other. We do not stand alone. In Carnival Cruise Line was the first ship to return to Jamaica in the COVID era. And I must give a shout out to Professor Gordon Shirley, who was instrumental in leading that process. But one of the things that Minister Bartlett said to me at the time, he said, Marie, cruise brings cash straight to the pockets. When a ship pulls up to a port and people get off the ship and they're going into the markets and they're going into the taxi drivers, and they're going to the various stores, et cetera, it's real cash straight to the pockets of our people. We need each other. We needed to bring the ship for our company to survive. He said Jamaica needs these ships to return. So the one thing that I took away from that is none of us in this world stands alone. We actually really need each other.
Now that Marie mentioned Minister Bartlett, it's a shame that he's not here, because I think that Jamaica needs to thank Minister Bartlett a lot that what has happened in tourism in this island. is really, you go throughout the Caribbean, the islands, and to find Minister of Tourism with the passion that Minister Barley has in what he does, it's rare. It's really rare. So it's a shame that he's not here with us. But a lesson, I mean, I think we have learned many lessons, but what is staying with us is that we need to continue taking care of our staff, our people, because those are the ones that have helped us to go through difficult situations. Those are the ones, when there is a hurricane, they are the ones that are gonna help us to go through those. When there was a pandemic, they were the ones that wait for us to come back to business, to rejoin the company, to continue working for us. So if we take care of those people, we're gonna succeed in business.
I think simply what Marie said, and Fernando as well, no question, but the word for me is humility. And I think what Marie said, you know, we stand stronger when we stand united. I think COVID showed us the importance of travel on the world. So much of the genesis of every problem we're trying to figure out comes down to human psychology and how people think and what people demand and what they want. And our generation probably took for granted what travel meant to us, because jet aircraft have been a feature of many of our lives, certainly the millennials and the Xer generation and the boomer generation. But particularly the millennial Xer generation and below, you know, travel in many ways is not a luxury. It's something people depend on for their line of work. And it shows how globally connected our economies are. It shows how globally connected we are as a people. And in that moment, when we all got that phone call from Marie, she knew where she was on March 13th. I knew exactly where I was. In that moment, for the first time in our lives, the freedom to go where we want to go and do what we want to do was taken from us. And that humbled every single one of us. It made us pause and reflect what travel meant. And if you unpack it a little bit further, Jamaica has had such a bold impression on people's lives over its years that at that moment when you couldn't travel to Jamaica, which was your go-to, Jamaica has the highest repeat rate of any English-speaking island in tourism. And you know, that speaks volumes to the fact that people come here, they love Jamaica, they rely on coming to Jamaica. I have customers that come here literally 7, 8, 9 times a year. Every 6 weeks they come back for holidays. That was taken from us. So for me, it was the humility. For me, it was the unity that brought us together. And overall, I think it shows that if we can get through COVID, we can get through anything. And we must never forget the unity that brought us to this point and how we can use that to make Jamaica stronger on a go-forward basis.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the audience as well for staying with us until the end. Thank you very much for an insightful conversation on tourism, which is alive and kicking in Jamaica, apparently. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
I couldn't have thought of a better way to end today than with that panel. Do you agree? Now, don't go away. Don't move. I have some announcements to make just so that we can know what's taking place right after we wrap up our session today. Thank you so very much to our moderator as well as our panelists. So after we've had such a fantastic day, the formalities early in the morning, we had our panel discussion. We're now moving our closing remarks. And the gentleman who I'm about to invite on the stage, he sits on the board of JAMPRO and chairs and marketing and projects. He sits on the board of JAMPRO and chairs the marketing and projects committee and the linkages committee. He's executive chairman of Delta Capital Partners, a private equity firm based on Jamaica with investments throughout the region. He sits on the board of Caribbean Airlines, representing the government's shareholding in the regional airline, former Deputy Director of Tourism, member of the Forbes Business Council, and he was actually named as one of Jamaica's top 50 under 50 by the Gleaner and the private sector organization of Jamaica. He is my fellow TEDx speaker and campionite, recently dubbed as the dancehall CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Zachary Harding.
Good afternoon. Oh, you all look so tired. The show is just about to start. Thank you very much, Dr. Carell, Reed. Thank you very much to the panelists before. And most importantly, thank you very much to the audience for staying with us throughout the day. I see my good friend, Mr. Binley Sangster here, recently appointed as one of our investment ambassadors. Round of applause for him. You know, in reflecting on today's events and proceedings, and in thinking through what I would use as my closing remarks, I decided not to bother wasting time by trying to summarize all of the deals and opportunities that everybody has already went through. Prime Minister spoke very clearly in terms of, you know, what the investment opportunities are in Jamaica. And our ministers gave a very clear outline of a lot of the reasons for investing in Jamaica. But I wanted to look a little bit deeper than that. I wanted to peel back the layers and really think through the underlying reason why we're here. What is the real underlying reason why we should be considering investment in Jamaica? And I think, as exemplified by somebody like Adam Stewart and the Sandals organization, who is the largest employer of staff in Jamaica of any one entity. At the end of the day, the reason why we're here and we'd like you to invest is because of the people of Jamaica. You can make a whole bunch of money. We can stand up here and talk about IRR and growth rate and net debt to GDP ratio and all sorts of cool, interesting, fun facts, right? And Minister of Finance outlaid quite a lot of them. You know, we're seeing a high level of confidence from the business community, the investment community, a high level of confidence from, you know, the consumers. We're seeing the lowest debt to GDP ratio in decades, high levels of FDI, good net foreign reserves. All of those things are very good. But at the end of the day, it must be to the benefit of the people. So for me, it's about making an impact. It's about leaving a legacy. That is why we should be here considering this. And so I want to talk a little bit about how we achieve progress. Because in making the investment in Jamaica, we're really trying to help to improve the lives of the people of Jamaica. So I'll share a quote with you from George Bernard Shaw. It says, "The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable man persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man." I'll let that sink in for a little bit, right? If we don't try to do something different and we just keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, that's a definition of insanity. So we have to take some chances and we have to take some risks and we have to try to do things differently. So my ask of you today is, let's be unreasonable together. Let's try something new and something different together. Investment is about risk. We understand it. Everybody in here, business people, private sector, government, we understand risk, right? We sit down, we do risk analyses and do matrices and risk mitigation plans and strategies and all that. That's all cool. But I'm going to invite you today to remix the risk. Instead of thinking about risk in terms of what could go wrong, why not think about it in terms of what could go right? Risk is really just a mathematical probability, just a likelihood of an outcome. That's what risk is. So if we think about what could go right, then we can paint a picture and a vision of what Jamaica could look like with the right investment. William Mafood was on stage earlier on, chairman of Wisynco. I worked at Wisynco for several years as head of marketing. When I joined Wisynco, at the time, they were doing about 10 million US in revenue. And William looked and he said, Zach, within 3 years, we're going to double this company. I said, wow, that's ambitious, but I'll sign up for it. And within 3 years, we had more than doubled the revenue of Wisynco from 10 to 30 million US. Yep, thank you. Today, Wisynco, the same company that produces our local bottled water, the WATA that you've all been drinking for today, is nearly a 250 million, nearly a $250 million US company listed on the Jamaican Stock Exchange. That's vision, and that's progress, and that's jobs for people, right? And that's creating a brand that is now a powerful brand in Jamaica. Adam spoke earlier on about brands and Sanders being one of the top brands globally. So we have a tendency in Jamaica to be different, right? We have a tendency to try and stand out. I don't know what country in the world can boast a Marcus Garvey, a Bob Marley, a Usain Bolt, a Shelley and Fraser Price, a Sean Paul, a Shaggy, a Elaine. So many powerful, influential characters globally that have had an impact on the world. So even though Jamaica may not be an economic superpower, I think you'd all agree that we are certainly a cultural, a spiritual, and a philosophical superpower. We are world class in our thinking, but clearly we need the investment to help us to realize some more of those dreams. I was speaking to President of Jampro, Diane, earlier on, who has done a fantastic job. Round of applause again for Diane. And we're talking, and I was saying to her, why is it that we always feel that we have to study other countries? Why do we always feel that we have to get a consultant from somewhere else to come here to tell us what we need to do? That's great, and we welcome it. But sometimes we need to be the ones that are pioneering. So people are coming to Jamaica and studying what we are doing and then going elsewhere and saying, well, this is the Jamaican model. This is how they survived COVID. This is how they emerged out of COVID and are growing. Right? So we're not going to be shy in terms of what our potential is. I see Dan McIntyre Pike here, one of the pioneers regionally in community tourism. Round of applause. Jason Hensel, right beside her, another pioneer from Jake's. These are people that have decided that they could live anywhere in the world, and they've chosen to stay in Jamaica because they want to build Jamaica, because they believe in Jamaica. Head of marketing for Jampro, Gabriel, who has done a fantastic job leading the team, putting this conference together. We're talking about how we measure success of the conference. I chair the marketing subcommittee. And I said, Gabriel, the only thing for me that is important is the tangible results that can come out of this. So we're going to build some relationships. We're going to meet some cool people and make some new friends and explore, etc. And that's good. But I don't want us to come here just to hobnob, have some cocktails, listen to some reggae music, and then go back and then nothing happens. We must leave with some tangible results. So if it's even one company that says, yes, I am going to write that check, I'm going to make that investment, I'm going to set up shop in Jamaica, I'm going to buy property, I'm going to build a plant, I'm going to employ people. That is how we will measure success coming out of this. When you win as an investor, we win as a country. And when we win, we are obviously going to make sure that we return that to you, because we're not taking that capital lightly. We want you to have a return on your investment. At the end of the day, we want Jamaica to win. So I thank you very much for your time, your participation, your energy, your excitement, your checks, your investment, your guidance, because we're also here and we're willing to learn, to try and understand what do we need to do differently. We have strong representation from the Chinese embassy here. Right? China has been a phenomenal partner for Jamaica. A round of applause for the ambassador. An absolutely phenomenal partner. When some people are questioning and wondering, etc., they're putting their money where their mouth is. And they're creating jobs. And we're seeing the benefits in terms of the infrastructure and the landscape changing. And we welcome that. So I want us to just leave with the idea and the concept that Jamaica is, as the Prime Minister says, the #1 place to invest in the region. I'm going to hand it back over to our wonderful host, but I'm going to tell a little bit of a story as I leave, because I met a girl this morning. I wonder if I should tell a story. You know what? I wonder if my selector has a tune lined up for me. I want to make Chronics tell a story for me instead. Yeah, man, look at more volume, man.
Yes, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the tropics.
And anybody knows you can sing out, you know.
I tell her I am Connie. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name? And she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me,
Thank you very much.
Jamaica.
By the way, only Zachary Harding will have a song introduce him. I don't know if you heard the Bob Marley Natural Mystic. And then only Zachary would have like an outro song, you know. But if you don't know him, he is CEO and he is businessman and he's in the boardroom, but he also DJs. Just so that, and everybody's like, oh, now we get it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we heard our Minister of Finance say that we're looking for the billions. We're going to be a $1 billion baby. We heard the Prime Minister say that Jamaica, when you go to bed and you sleep and you wake up in the morning, Jamaica will be the number. And then we had Shulette Cox who came on and she said, even if you don't have the billions, we will still find a project for. And Zachary Harding said that once you are here, yes, we want you to come, eat, drink, be merry, take your notes, but we want you to cut that. Boy, I tell you, you guys are brilliant. Thank you for being an amazing audience. It's been a long day. We've been here very, very early, but I thank you so very much for your participation and your energy. It means the world. So where are we going now? What are we doing? We want you to maximize your opportunity while you are here. We want you to meet and network and potentially find potential investors or partners. Therefore, if you have registered for the B2B meetings, those meetings will take place outside down the hall. If you are here, an investor, and you are interested in seeing some of the projects that you might be interested in, then our pitch platform takes place right after in the back room there. I would like to take the opportunity to thank our translators, our interpreters. Muchísimas gracias por todo. Los traductores. Thank you to the hardworking staff. And to Sherna, who a lot of you would not have known by name. She was sanitizing the lecterns each time we came up. One of the most engaged persons in the room, applauding and listening to everything that was said today. Thank you for your service. And then afterwards, at 8 o'clock in the evening, we come back here. We can change out of these outfits if we want. If you want to stay here, that's fine. We will drink responsibly. We will eat. We will dance. We will sing, and we will have a great time. We have shuttles. So as soon as the B2B meetings are over, the pitch platform is over, we will shuttle you off to your hotel if that's what you'd like, and we get back here for 8 o'clock. Is that okay? All right, I will see you at 8 o'clock. Take care.